Reward System Chapter 1, The Midnight Tally. The wind howling across the forsaken edges of the Clover Kingdom carried the sharp, crisp scent of wild grass and distant rain. In Hage Village, a dirt-poor settlement nestled under the shadow of a colossal, skeletal demon skull, the night was usually dead silent. But for Oliver, midnight was the loudest minute of the day. Lying on a thin, lumpy straw mattress inside the cramped orphanage church, Oliver stared up at the cracked wooden ceiling. Beside him, the synchronized, rhythmic snoring of Asta and Yuno filled the room. Asta was sprawled out like a starfish, muttering about becoming the Wizard King in his sleep, while Yuno slept perfectly straight, clutching his blanket like a prized possession. Oliver closed his eyes, counting down the final seconds in his mind. 3, 2, 1. A pristine, borderless holographic screen materialized directly against the backdrop of his eyelids. It didn't emit light to the physical world, but to Oliver, it burned brighter than a localized sun. System notification, Day 5475 of Inhabitation Men. System notification, Day 5475 of Inhabitation. Daily reset commencing, plus mana allotment, 10,000 units, pure/unattributed, plus daily ability awarded, spatial awareness, passive, grade, sovereign, current status summary, name, Oliver, age, 15, total accumulated mana, 54,750,000 units, total active abilities, 5,475, current threat level, error, scale overflow. Oliver let out a slow, invisible breath, absorbing the rush of raw energy that flooded his veins. 54 million units of mana. To put that into perspective, an average peasant in Hage Village possessed roughly 50 to 100 units of mana. A powerful intermediate magic knight might command 10,000. A grand magic knight, or even the Wizard King himself, possessed mana reserves that stretched into the hundreds of thousands, perhaps a million at peak output. Oliver had been accumulating 10,000 units every single day for 15 years. He didn't just have high magic capacity, he was a walking, breathing sea of magical energy. If he were to let slip even a fraction of a percent of his compressed power, the pressure alone would flatten the church, the surrounding potato patches, and perhaps carve Hage Village right off the map. And then there were the abilities. 5,475 distinct traits, skills, and passives, stacked neatly like an endless deck of absolute cheats. As the new skill, spatial awareness, clicked into his consciousness, Oliver's perception instantly expanded. He didn't just hear Asta's snoring anymore, he could feel the exact displacement of air molecules caused by Asta's breath. He could map the molecular structure of the dirt beneath the floorboards. He could feel the faint, stagnant magical signature of the anti-magic bird nesting on the church roof 300 meters away. Slow and steady, Oliver reminded himself, calming the violent hum of magic within his core. The Grimoire Tower ceremony is tomorrow. That's when the real plot begins. The Grimoire Tower ceremony. The morning sun broke over Hage, painting the giant demon skull in shades of deep amber and gold. The village was buzzing. Once every year, the 15-year-olds of the region gathered at the local Grimoire Tower to receive the books that would dictate the rest of their lives. Oliver walked flanked by his foster brothers. Asta was practically vibrating, sprinting ahead and screaming at the top of his lungs about getting the flashiest grimoire in history. Yuno walked with a calm, stoic grace, his eyes locked onto the tower in the distance. Oliver. Yuno. Watch me today. Asta yelled, spinning around to face them while running backward. I'm gonna get a grimoire with so much attack power it'll blow the Wizard King's mind. And then, one of you is gonna be my right-hand man. Keep dreaming, Asta, Yuno said softly, a tiny, rare smirk playing on his lips. I'm the one who's becoming the Wizard King. What about you, Oliver. Asta bounced over, throwing a mock punch toward Oliver's shoulder. Oliver effortlessly leaned back by an exact millimeter courtesy of his passive flawless evasion. Secured on day 1,204, causing Asta to overbalance and tumble into a patch of weeds. I just want something functional, Oliver replied with an easygoing grin, helping Asta up. Something that lets me live comfortably. And something that can actually hold my mana without exploding into ash, Oliver added mentally. The interior of the grimoire tower was breathtaking. Towering shelves carved directly into the ancient stone walls held thousands of books of varying sizes, colors, and thicknesses. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and the ambient, buzzing static of dormant magic. Father Orsi stood near the altar, wiping tears from his eyes as he looked at the 3 boys he had raised from infancy. Sister Lily gave them an encouraging wave from the crowd. "Welcome, young mages," the tower master announced, his voice echoing off the high stone ceilings. "Today, you take your first step into greatness. Discover your affinity, claim your grimoire, and serve the Clover Kingdom." With a resounding hum, the shelves began to glow. Hundreds of books detached themselves from the walls, floating down toward the teenagers in a mesmerizing dance of colored light. "Look! I got a 3-leaf," a noble child from a neighboring estate bragged. "Mine has fire magic," another shouted. Then, a brilliant, piercing light engulfed Yuno. The entire tower fell dead silent as a beautifully bound, pristine book floated down into his hands. Embossed on its cover was a golden, shimmering symbol. A 4-leaf clover. The tower master gasped, dropping his staff. The legendary grimoire of good fortune, the same one received by the first wizard king. The crowd erupted into whispers of awe and jealousy. Yuno held the book tightly, his eyes gleaming with quiet determination. Meanwhile, Asta stood with his hands outstretched, waiting. And waiting. Nothing came down. Tower master! Asta called out, his voice cracking. "My grimoire is taking a little long. Is it stuck on a top shelf?" The tower master checked the room, pity softening his eyes. "Try again next year, boy. You don't have a single drop of mana." Asta froze, his world crashing down around him in an instant. The surrounding nobles burst into cruel laughter. Oliver stepped forward, cutting through the noise. He didn't care about the nobles, nor did he care about the historical significance of Yuno's 4-leaf clover. He was focused entirely on the massive, ancient tome that was currently trembling on the highest, most restricted shelf of the tower. It wasn't floating down. It was fighting to stay put, terrified of the presence approaching it. Oliver allowed a microscopic fraction of his compressed mana to leak into the air, directing the pressure solely toward that specific book. Boom! The ancient stone tower groaned. The thousands of grimoires still on the shelves vibrated violently, as if bowing to a sovereign ruler. From the absolute apex of the ceiling, a colossal, iron-bound grimoire descended. It didn't glow with standard green, red, or blue elemental light. It radiated a heavy, colorless void energy that distorted the very air around it. It slammed into Oliver's palms with the weight of a meteor, yet he held it with a single hand. The cover was completely blank, save for a massive, unadorned clover symbol that seemed to shift colors depending on the angle of the light. The tower master stared at Oliver's book, his mind completely blank. "What affinity is that? I've never seen a grimoire that dense in my 70 years of service." Oliver smiled, flipping the heavy pages. Thanks to his system's daily traits, the book instantly adapted to his boundless, unattributed mana. Chapter 1 is over, Oliver thought, glancing at the devastated Asta and the resolute Yuno. Time to break this world's common sense. System progress log to understand how Oliver reached this baseline of invincibility before even entering the capital. here is a breakdown of the foundational daily abilities he accumulated during his childhood in H, Day of Life. Ability acquired practical effect in battle. Day 12 unconditional appraisal can read the complete magical affinity, grimoire contents, and weaknesses of any target instantly. Day 450 mana. Compression, stage max condenses his multi-million mana pool into a microscopic point, preventing detection by sensory mages. Day 1822 elemental nullification grants absolute immunity to standard baseline elements, fire, water, wind, earth. Day 3100 concept magic, null void allows him to cast magic devoid of attributes, erasing other spells upon contact. Oliver's system operates on a linear daily clock. No matter what happens in the outer world, whether he is sleeping, fighting, or traveling, the clock resets at midnight, compounding his power infinitely. Chapter 2, The Weight of the Void. The late afternoon sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, jagged shadows across the rough terrain of Hage village. The Grimoire Tower ceremony had ended hours ago, leaving behind a trail of jubilation for some and crushing despair for others. Oliver sat perched on the thick branch of an ancient oak tree overlooking the village outskirts. His newly acquired, iron-bound grimoire rested on his lap, humming with a faint, imperceptible vibration that resonated with his core. Through the passive spatial awareness he had acquired just the night before, he didn't need to look to know exactly where his foster brothers were. He could feel Asta, a physical anomaly entirely devoid of mana, hanging by his knees from a tree deep in the woods, screaming out his frustrations. And he could feel Yuno, radiating the brilliant, dense mana of his new four-leaf clover grimoire, walking back toward the church. Suddenly, a new presence entered Oliver's sensory net. It was a jagged, malicious magical signature, moving with predatory stealth toward Yuno. Oliver sighed, the sound barely audible over the rustling leaves. Revchi of the Chain Magic. Right on schedule. With a thought, Oliver activated Gravity Manipulation, Grade A, acquired on day 842. He stepped off the branch, his body becoming entirely weightless, and shot through the forest canopy silently, moving faster than the eye could track. The ambush. By the time Oliver arrived, hovering soundlessly in the canopy above, the ambush had already unfolded. Yuno was pinned against the brick wall of a ruined building, wrapped tightly in heavy, mana-infused steel chains. Standing before him was a tall, gaunt man with a scarred face and a jagged smile. Revchi, a former magic knight of the Purple Orcus, held out a hand, manipulating the chains with practiced ease. A four-leaf clover in a backwater village like this, Revchi sneered, his grimoire floating beside him. The black market collectors in the noble realm will pay a king's ransom for this. It's a shame a peasant like you can't even use it yet. Yuno struggled, his face pale, but the chains only tightened, sapping the magic directly from his body. Hey! Let him go! Asta burst from the tree line, his clothes covered in dirt, his eyes blazing with a mix of desperation and fury. Without a second thought, Asta charged at the rogue mage. Ah, the pathetic kid with no magic, Revchi laughed. He barely flicked his wrist. A thick chain shot from the ground, slamming into Asta's ribs and sending him crashing into a stone pillar. Oliver watched from above, his expression unreadable. He could intervene now, but he knew the rules of this universe's fate. Asta needed this absolute despair to forge his connection with the devil of anti-magic. Oliver waited, perfectly masking his colossal presence. Down below, Revchi stepped hard onto Asta's shoulder. You have no magic power at all. You were born a loser in this world. Just give up. Asta's eyes dulled. The crushing reality of his magicless existence threatened to extinguish his fiery spirit. But then, Yuno's voice cut through the damp evening air. Asta is no loser. He's my rival. The atmosphere shifted instantly. A heavy, oppressive aura thick with malice and ancient power bled into the physical world. From the masonry of the ruined wall, a grimoire materialized, coated in grime and radiating an ominous black and red aura. It floated down to Asta, revealing a 5-leaf clover. Asta reached into the book, pulling forth a massive, rusted broadsword. With a roar that shook the trees, he swung the heavy blade, cleanly slicing through Revchi's magical chains as if they were made of fragile glass. What? My magic! Revchi stumbled back, his confidence shattering. Asta stood tall, the heavy sword resting on his shoulder, his eyes burning with renewed resolve. However, the sheer physical exertion of wielding the massive anti-magic sword immediately took its toll. Asta's knees trembled slightly, his breathing ragged. Revchi noticed. His fear quickly morphed back into venomous rage. You little rat! I don't know what trick that sword is, but if I crush you from a distance, it won't matter. Revchi flipped his grimoire open to the last pages. His mana flared violently. Chain creation magic, heavy serpent's constriction. Dozen of massive, spiked chains each as thick as a tree trunk burst from the ground, converging on Asta from every conceivable blind spot. Asta gritted his teeth, raising the heavy sword, but he was too exhausted, too slow to intercept an omnidirectional attack. That's enough, Oliver thought. The absolute difference. Oliver dropped from the sky. He didn't use an explosive burst of speed or a flashy elemental spell. He simply let gravity reassert itself, landing squarely between Asta and the incoming barrage of spiked chains. Oliver! Asta and Yuno shouted in unison. Revchi laughed maniacally. Another brat wants to die? I'll crush you both. The massive iron chain slammed toward Oliver's head, carrying enough kinetic force to level a small fortress. Oliver didn't even draw his grimoire. He simply raised his right hand and snapped his finger. I-system interaction initiated, active skill triggered, vector reversal, acquired, day 2105, mana output, 0.0001% of total capacity, day 2105, mana output, 0.0001% of total capacity crack. The sound was deafening. The moment the spiked chains entered a 3-foot radius around Oliver, their momentum didn't just stop, it violently reversed. The massive iron links shattered into thousands of metallic splinters, firing backward at triple their original speed. Revchi shrieked as his own magic tore through the clearing, embedding deep into the surrounding trees and grazing his cloak. The chain mage fell to his knees, his mind unable to comprehend what had just happened. You! Revchi stammered, staring at the unassuming 15-year-old. There was no magical aura, no glowing grimoire. Just a boy with cold, apathetic eyes. What kind of magic was that? I didn't feel anything. That's because you're too weak to perceive the ocean while drowning in it, Oliver replied, his voice calm, carrying an unnerving echo. Oliver took a slow step forward. As he did, he decided to let a tiny, microscopic fraction of his compressed mana leak into the environment. He wanted to ensure this rogue mage understood the absolute peak of the food chain. System warning, releasing suppression locks. Ambient mana density exceeding local environmental limits. The air grew visibly distorted, bending like heat waves over a desert. The gravity in the clearing seemed to multiply by 10. The leaves on the trees withered instantly, stripped of their ambient life force by the sheer density of Oliver's presence. Yuno and Asta were spared the pressure, but Revchi was not. The rogue mage was slammed face first into the dirt, entirely paralyzed. His breath was forced from his lungs. The pressure was so vast, so unfathomably deep, that Revchi's grimoire snapped shut and fell to the ground, its connection to its master severed by pure terror. My brothers and I are going to the capital soon, Oliver said, crouching down next to the paralyzed mage. We have an exam to take. You were a minor stepping stone, Revchi. Be grateful you get to live. Oliver tapped the back of Revchi's neck with a single finger, channeling a tiny jolt of pure kinetic force. The rogue mage's eyes rolled back into his head, and he instantly lost consciousness, the oppressive magical pressure vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. The pact under the moon. Oliver stood up, dusting off his simple peasant trousers. He turned back to Asta and Yuno, his casual, easy-going smile returning as if he hadn't just bent reality to his will. Asta's jaw was on the floor. He dropped his massive sword, pointing a trembling finger at Oliver. Oliver! What was that? You didn't even open your grimoire. You just, boom! And the chains went pow! And then he fell over. Yuno, now freed from the dissipated chains, rubbed his bruised wrists. He looked at Oliver, his usual stoicism replaced by profound shock. Your mana, for a second there, I couldn't breathe. It felt heavier than the tower. Masters. Heavier than anything. I told you, Oliver chuckled, pulling his blank, iron-bound grimoire from his pocket and tossing it lightly in the air. I got something functional. It helps me defend myself. Asta grabbed his heavy sword, straining as he lifted it, but a massive grin spread across his face. Man, both of you are absolute monsters. Yuno gets a 4-leaf, and Oliver gets some kind of invisible super magic. Asta slammed the flat of his rusted blade against the dirt, looking up at the glowing moon. But I've got my magic now, too. Anti-magic. I'm not giving up. I'm going to the capital, I'm going to join a magic knight squad, and I'm going to become the Wizard King. Yuno walked over, a faint smile returning to his face. Not if I get there first, Asta. They both looked at Oliver. Oliver smiled, crossing his arms. He didn't care about the title of Wizard King. He had enough power to vaporize the continent if he sneezed too hard. But watching his brothers, feeling the genuine heat of their determination, he couldn't help but play along. 6 months until the Magic Knight's entrance exam, Oliver said, looking toward the distant horizon where the Clover capital lay. Let's see who makes the biggest splash. Name grimoire type. Primary trait demonstrated today Yuno 4-leaf clover immense mana and wind magic affinity Asta 5-leaf clover anti-magic, demon slayer sword, Oliver unidentified, void. Absolute vector control and infinite mana density Chapter 3, the 6-month skip. The 6 months leading up to the Magic Knight's entrance exam were the loudest months Hage Village had ever experienced. Asta spent every waking second screaming at the top of his lungs, dragging massive boulders through the forest, swinging his ridiculously heavy anti-magic sword until his hands bled, and drinking questionable leaf smoothies. Yuno, on the other hand, was a picture of silent diligence. He spent his days perched on the highest cliffs, communing with the wind, his 4-leaf clover grimoire glowing as he effortlessly sliced through rock formations with razor-sharp gale magic. And then there was Oliver. Oliver spent the 6 months mostly napping on the roof of the church, fishing in the local stream, and occasionally peeling potatoes for Sister Lily. To the outside observer, he was the same lazy, easy-going orphan he had always been. But inside his mind, the system continued its relentless, invisible march. System notification. Day 5657 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept. Magic, absolute friction manipulation. Oliver opened his eyes to the bright morning sun, feeling the familiar rush of 10,000 units of pure mana expanding his already unfathomable reserves. He let out a soft sigh, stretching his arms. Friction manipulation was a dangerous one. If he lost focus, he could accidentally remove the friction between his feet and the ground and slide straight into the ocean. Or increase the friction of the air and cause a localized nuclear fusion explosion just by waving his hand. He carefully sealed the ability deep within his mental vault, placing it next to the thousands of others. He looked down at the courtyard. Asta was doing one-handed handstand push-ups while balancing a log on his feet. Yuno was meditating, surrounded by a swirling vortex of leaves. Oliver smiled. He admired their drive. They had to work for their power, forging it through blood, sweat, and sheer willpower. Oliver just had to wake up every day. Sometimes, he felt a twinge of guilt about how unfair his existence was, but he quickly dismissed it. In a world governed by magic, nobility, and cruel discrimination, having an absolute cheat code was a necessity, not a luxury. During these 6 months, Oliver secretly used his abilities to help his brothers. When Asta's muscles tore from overexertion, Oliver would casually walk by and project a microscopic field of high-speed cellular regeneration, healing Asta instantly so the boy could keep training. When Yuno struggled to control the sheer output of his mana, Oliver would subtly use mana regulation to smooth out the turbulent currents in the air, allowing Yuno to grasp the feeling of perfect control. Neither of them ever noticed. To them, Asta just had insane stamina, and Yuno was just a prodigy. Finally, the day of departure arrived. The entire village gathered at the dirt crossroad leading out of Hage. Father Orsi was bawling his eyes out, blowing his nose into a ridiculously large handkerchief. Sister Lily stood beside him, smiling warmly, though her eyes were glassy with tears. "Take care of yourselves," Father Orsi wailed, grabbing Asta and Yuno in a crushing hug, completely ignoring Oliver for a second before grabbing him too. "Right to us. Don't starve. And don't let those stuck-up nobles bully you." "We will be fine, Father," Yuno said smoothly, gently extricating himself from the priest's grip. "I am going to become the Wizard King, after all." "Not if I do it first, handsome jerk!" Asta yelled, pointing a thumb at his chest. "I am going to make you all proud. Sister Lily, when I become Wizard King, please marry me." Sister Lily materialized a massive fist of water from the air and slammed Asta face first into the dirt. "I am sorry, Asta, but I am married to the cloth," she said with a sweet, apologetic smile. Oliver chuckled, pulling Asta out of the mud. "We should get going. Kika is a long walk from here, and we have a deadline to catch." The three of them turned their backs on the skeletal demon skull that had watched over them for 15 years. The journey from the Forsaken Realm to the royal capital of Kika took several days on foot. For Asta, it was a test of endurance, running ahead and exhausting himself. For Yuno, it was a quiet trek. For Oliver, it was excruciatingly slow. With his spatial manipulation and speed abilities, he could have teleported them directly to the examination hall in a fraction of a millisecond. But he walked, matching their pace, enjoying the final days of their shared childhood. Along the road, they encountered the usual hazards. A pack of wild boars charged them on the second day. Yuno blasted one away with wind magic, and Asta knocked another out with the flat of his heavy sword. The third boar charged directly at Oliver. Oliver didn't even blink. He simply applied a microscopic layer of absolute repulsion to the air 1 inch in front of his face. The massive boar hit the invisible barrier and launched backward like a cannonball, disappearing over the horizon into the clouds. Asta and Yuno stared at the sky for a long moment before deciding not to ask questions. On the afternoon of the final day, the trees cleared, and the terrain gave way to a massive, sprawling valley. There it was. The royal capital of Kika. It was a breathtaking sight. Towering spires of white stone and gold reached toward the sky. Massive magical barriers hummed faintly in the air, refracting the sunlight into a permanent, faint rainbow over the city. The sheer density of people, stalls, and moving carriages was unlike anything the boys from Hage had ever seen. The difference between the Forsaken Realm and the Noble Realm was painfully obvious here. Everything was clean, opulent, and overflowing with ambient magic. "We made it," Asta breathed, his eyes wide with wonder. The royal capital. Let's go register, Yuno said, adjusting his collar. The exam starts soon. They descended into the city, joining the massive throng of 15-year-olds. Flooding toward the Colosseum-like arena where the Magic Knight's entrance exam was held. As they walked through the bustling streets, Oliver passively scanned the crowd. He could feel thousands of unique magical signatures. Most were weak, commoner magic. Some were dense, refined noble magic. But waiting inside the arena, seated high up in the observer stands, Oliver felt a handful of signatures that were entirely different. They were monstrous, wild, and incredibly powerful. The Magic Knight Captains. Oliver smiled, cracking his knuckles. He could feel Yami Sukiro's dark magic, William Van Jance's world tree magic, and the fiery, arrogant aura of Fuego Leon Vermilion. They approached the registration desk. A bored-looking official with a quill and parchment looked down at them with disdain. Name and village? The official drawled, not even looking up. Yuno of Hage Village, Yuno said, placing his grimoire on the desk. The official glanced at it, saw the four-leaf clover, and nearly fell out of his chair. He hastily stamped Yuno's paper, sweating profusely. Asta of Hage Village. Asta yelled, slamming his grimy, five-leaf grimoire down. The official looked at the dirty book, felt absolutely zero mana coming from the loud boy, and sneered, stamping the paper with a look of pure disgust. Then it was Oliver's turn. He stepped up, casually placing his massive, iron-bound, completely blank grimoire on the desk. Oliver. Also from Hage, he said calmly. The official frowned, staring at the strange, colorless book. He reached out to touch it. The moment his finger brushed the cold iron cover, a jolt of primal fear shot up the man's spine. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to run away. He yanked his hand back, gasping for air, his eyes wide as he looked at the unassuming teenager in front of him. Why yes. Right this way, number 166, the official stammered, his hand trembling as he stamped Oliver's paper. Oliver took his number and walked past the gate, joining Asta and Yuno in the holding area. The arena was massive, packed with hundreds of hopeful applicants. Anti-magic birds, small black birds with red eyes that flocked to people with low mana, swarmed the area. As expected, Asta was completely covered in them, running around screaming while pecking at his head. Yuno had none, a testament to his immense magical reserves. Oliver stood still. The anti-magic birds, creatures that naturally sensed and reacted to mana, looked in his direction. Then, as if orchestrated by a collective hive mind, every single bird within 100-yard radius violently changed direction and flew to the opposite side of the arena, huddling together in terror. To them, Oliver was not a human with low mana or high mana. To their natural senses, he was an infinitely deep black hole waiting to swallow the universe. The noise in the arena suddenly died down as fireworks exploded overhead. The exam is starting, Oliver whispered to himself, looking up at the high balcony where 9 imposing figures had just taken their seats. Let the games begin. Chapter 4, The Gaze of the Captains. The Colosseum floor was a sea of nervous chatter, the air thick with the overlapping magical signatures of hundreds of hopeful teenagers. But the noise died down instantly as the heavy stone doors high above them groaned open. The Magic Knight's entrance exam venue. Source: Black Clover Wiki, Fandom. 9 figures stepped onto the balcony, casting long, imposing shadows over the arena. These were the absolute pinnacles of the Clover Kingdom's military might, the Magic Knight Captains. Oliver leaned against the arena wall, his eyes tracking the captains. He didn't need to look at them to gauge their power, his unconditional appraisal was already feeding him a constant stream of data. Nozel Silva, Silver Eagle's dense, highly refined liquid mercury magic. Arrogant but disciplined. Fuego Leon Vermilion, Crimson Lion's a blazing inferno of royal mana. Righteous and intensely focused. Charlotte Rosalie, Blue Rose complex briar magic intertwined with a dormant, ancient curse. William Van Jans, Golden Dawn an ocean of world tree magic, masking a deeply fractured soul. Yami Sukiro, Black Bull's a swirling vortex of dark magic that felt like a black hole, constantly threatening to pull the surrounding light into itself. Oliver's gaze lingered on Yami. The captain of the Black Bulls was leaning on the railing, smoking a cigarette, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. But as Oliver looked at him, Yami suddenly stopped puffing. The large, muscular man tilted his head, his eyes scanning the crowd below with a sharp, predator-like intensity. He feels it, Oliver noted, a faint smile touching his lips. Ki. He can't sense my mana because it's compressed, but his ki sensing is telling him there's a monster in the room. Yami's eyes locked onto Oliver for a fraction of a second. Oliver simply offered a lazy, two-finger salute. Yami frowned, blowing out a cloud of smoke, but didn't look away. The first test, flight. William Van Jans stepped to the edge of the balcony, his masked face capturing the light of the sun. With a graceful wave of his hand, a colossal, glowing tree erupted from the sky. Its branches extending over the arena before shedding hundreds of wooden broomsticks that clattered to the ground before the applicants. "Welcome, young mages," Van Jans's voice echoed, amplified by magic. "The exam will now begin. We will evaluate your physical, mental, and magical capabilities. Your first test is fundamental. Use your magical power to fly on these brooms. Those who cannot even manage this basic feat have no place in the Magic Knights." Chaos immediately ensued. Mages grabbed brooms, channeling their mana. Some shot into the sky smoothly, while others hovered mere inches off the ground. Yuno, naturally, stepped onto his broom and soared to the top of the arena with flawless grace, standing upright on the thin wooden handle. Gasps of awe rippled through the crowd. "Look at him! He's not even using his hands." Asta, meanwhile, was on the ground, his face purple with strain, screaming at the top of his lungs. His broom lay completely dead in the dirt. Without a single drop of mana, the basic tool was useless to him. Oliver picked up his broom. He could easily flood it with mana and fly faster than sound, but the cheap wood would likely disintegrate the moment his void energy touched it. So, he opted for a different approach. He didn't straddle the broom. He simply held it in his right hand like a walking stick. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered. Spatial lock, grade, S mana output, 0.00001%. Oliver stepped forward. His foot didn't hit the dirt, it landed perfectly on empty air. He took another step, walking upward at a casual 45-degree angle as if there were an invisible staircase built just for him. He strolled up to a height of 30 feet, stopping right next to Yuno, still holding the broom in his hand like a casual accessory. The captains on the balcony squinted. "What kind of wind magic is that?" Nozel Silva muttered, his silver braid twitching. "There's no updraft. He's not even using the broom." "He's not using wind magic," Fuego Leon observed, his eyes narrowing. "There is absolutely zero elemental fluctuation around him. It's as if the space beneath his feet simply solidified." Yami took a long drag of his cigarette. "That kid is bad news. My ki is screaming at me that he's a walking natural disaster, but I can't feel a damn ounce of magic coming from him." The mundane miracles. The next few tests were designed to gauge magical control and output. For the magical target practice, applicants had to blast moving brick walls. When it was Oliver's turn, he didn't cast a flashy fireball or a lightning bolt. He activated molecular disassembly, acquired day 3412. He pointed a single finger at the brick wall. The wall didn't explode, it simply dissolved into a cloud of fine, red dust, blowing away in the wind. For the magical creation test, applicants built sculptures out of their elements. Oliver used concept magic, absolute density, to compress the ambient moisture in the air into a perfectly smooth, indestructible sphere the size of a marble. When an examiner tried to lift it to grade it, the marble weighed over 10 tons, cracking the arena floor. By the time the final test arrived, the nobles were whispering furiously, the examiners were sweating, and the captains were watching Oliver with unblinking scrutiny. The combat evaluation. The final test is combat, William Van Jans announced. Pair up. You will fight one-on-one. You may use your grimoires. The fight ends when one combatant yields or is rendered unable to continue. Healing mages are on standby, so do not hold back. Asta quickly got paired up with a tall, arrogant noble named Sek Bronzaza, who had been pretending to be Asta's friend all day just to use him as a stepping stone. Oliver watched with amusement as Sek summoned a bronze magical cannon shield, only for Asta to draw his massive anti-magic sword and one-shot the noble in a single, roaring swing. The arena went dead silent as the magicless peasant obliterated a noble's defense. Incredible, Oliver muttered, clapping slowly. You're next, peasant. Oliver turned. Standing behind him was a boy draped in silk and velvet, sneering with a level of arrogance only a Clover Kingdom noble could muster. He had a glowing water attribute grimoire floating beside him. Viscount Reginald of the House of Vance, the noble declared loudly, ensuring the captains above could hear him. I saw your little tricks today, peasant. But real combat isn't about making walls turn to dust or lifting heavy marbles. It's about overwhelming magical power. Oliver of Hage, Oliver replied easily, stepping into the designated combat ring. He didn't bother drawing his iron-bound grimoire. He just stood there, hands in his pockets. Reginald's face twisted in rage at the perceived insult. No grimoire? You dare mock me? I'll wash you away. Reginald flipped open his grimoire. A massive surge of blue mana erupted from his body. Water creation magic, crushing Leviathan strike. A massive, high-pressure geyser of water materialized above Reginald, shaping itself into the roaring head of a sea serpent. It shot toward Oliver with the force of a battering ram, tearing up the stone floor of the arena. Up on the balcony, Fuego Leon leaned forward. That's a lethal amount of mana for a sparring match. We should intervene. Wait, Yami said, his hand resting on the hilt of his katana. Watch the kid. Down in the ring, the water leviathan was inches from Oliver's face. Oliver didn't dodge. He didn't block. He simply looked at the incoming magic and activated a passive skill he hadn't used yet today. System interaction initiated, active skill triggered, concept. Erasure, grade, sovereign target, kinetic energy and fluid dynamics. The moment the water touched the space 1 mm in front of Oliver's nose, it simply ceased to act like water. The kinetic energy driving the spell vanished instantly. The spell collapsed, falling to the ground not as a crushing wave, but as a gentle, harmless puddle of normal water that splashed softly against Oliver's boots. Reginald froze, his jaw dropping. The entire arena fell deathly silent. What? Reginald stammered, staring at the puddle. My magic, where did it go? It's right here, Oliver said, pointing to his wet boots. He sighed, pulling a hand out of his pocket. Is that it? Can I go now? Don't mock me! Reginald screamed, flipping to another page. But before he could cast another spell, Oliver decided he was bored. He didn't move his body. He simply locked his eyes onto Reginald and activated sensory overload, acquired day 4101, projecting the raw, uncompressed sensation of a single drop of his inner mana pool directly into the noble's brain. To Reginald, the sky instantly turned black. The air felt like solid lead, crushing his lungs. He felt as though a colossal, cosmic entity had just opened a single eye and looked directly at his soul. Reginald's eyes rolled back into his head, foaming at the mouth, and he collapsed face first into the puddle of his own making, completely unconscious. Oliver hadn't taken a single step. He hadn't cast a visible spell. Up on the balcony, Yami Sukihiro crushed his cigarette in his hand. He looked at Oliver, his dark eyes wide with a mix of shock and a predatory thrill. Yet, Yami grinned, a terrifying aura leaking from his own body. I'm definitely taking that one. Chapter 5, The Selection, the Combat Evaluations. Wrapped up shortly after Oliver's match. The arena floor was patched up by the recovery mages, and the applicants were lined up in the center of the Colosseum. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a sword. The 9 Magic Knight captains sat in their high balcony, looking down at the weary, hopeful teenagers. The rules of the selection were simple. The applicants' numbers would be called one by one. If a captain wanted them, they would raise their hand. If multiple captains raised their hands, the applicant got to choose their squad. If no hands were raised, the applicant was rejected and had to go home. The first few dozen applicants went exactly as expected. A few nobles were picked up by the Silver Eagles and the Crimson Lions, while the commoners with decent support magic were snatched by the Aqua Deer or the Blue Rose. Then, it was Yuno's turn. Number 164. Yuno stepped forward, his face an emotionless mask, though his eyes carried a fierce determination. All 9 captains raised their hands. The arena erupted into absolute pandemonium. It was completely unprecedented. A peasant from the Forsaken Realm, receiving an offer from every single Magic Knight captain. The nobles in the crowd were pulling their hair out in disbelief. Yuno looked up at the balcony, his gaze locking onto the man wearing the golden half-mask. I choose the Golden Dawn, Yuno declared. William Van Jans smiled from behind his mask. Welcome to the squad. Asta was vibrating with excitement as he watched his rival walk back to the sidelines. He knew his turn was coming up. He stepped forward confidently when number 165 was called. Silence stretched across the arena. Not a single hand went up. Asta stood frozen, his smile cracking. The nobles began to laugh, pointing at the magicless boy who had dared to dream of becoming a magic knight. Asta fell to his knees, the weight of the rejection crushing him. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed through the arena. Yami Sukihiro, the intimidating captain of the Black Bulls, had jumped down from the balcony, landing right in front of Asta. The air grew heavy with his dark magic. He loomed over the boy, cigarette smoke trailing from his mouth. You have 0 mana, Yami growled, his voice carrying an immense pressure. No one wants a magic knight who can't use magic. You say you want to be the Wizard King? You think you can stand at the top of the military with nothing but a rusty sword and a loud mouth? Asta trembled under the suffocating pressure, but he slowly pushed himself back to his feet. He looked Yami dead in the eye, his spirit refusing to break. Even if I have no magic, even if no one wants me, I am going to become the Wizard King. I will never give up. Yami stared at him for a long moment. Then, he burst into a booming laugh. You are an idiot. But I like idiots. Welcome to the Black Bulls, kid. Get ready for a life of hell. Asta's eyes filled with tears of joy as he screamed his thanks, bowing so hard his head hit the dirt. Up on the balcony, the official cleared his throat, reading the next name on the list. Number 166. Oliver. Oliver sighed, stuffing his hands into his pockets as he walked to the center of the ring. He looked up at the captains. The arena fell completely silent again. This time, it wasn't out of mockery, but sheer confusion. Every applicant had seen what Oliver did to Viscount Reginald. They had seen him break the laws of physics without breaking a sweat or even opening his grimoire. The captains exchanged wary glances. Nozel Silva kept his arms crossed, his face a mask of disgust. Fuego Leon Vermilion looked intrigued but ultimately kept his hand down, sensing that Oliver lacked the burning passion he required of his crimson lions. William Van Jans simply observed, sensing an anomaly that his world tree magic could not comprehend. To them, Oliver was an unknown variable. A terrifying, bottomless pit of power that didn't fit into the kingdom's structured magical hierarchy. He was too dangerous, too unpredictable to take on. Except for one man. Yami, still standing on the arena floor next to Asta, casually raised his hand. "I'm claiming this one too," Yami said, blowing a ring of smoke. The official looked shocked. "Captain Yami? Are you sure? The boy's magic is completely undocumented, and his background is..." "Did I stutter?" Yami interrupted, his glare making the official squeak in terror. "I want him. He fits my squad perfectly. We're a bunch of freaks anyway." Oliver chuckled, walking over to join Asta and Yami. "Thanks, Captain. I promise not to work too hard." Yami grabbed Oliver by the collar, pulling him close. "You think you're funny, kid? I don't know what kind of monstrous trick you're hiding, but under my roof, you work when I tell you to work. Got it?" Oliver didn't flinch. He just offered a lazy smile. "Crystal clear, boss." With the selection over, Yami grabbed both Asta and Oliver by the heads, dragging them away from the arena. Yuno watched them leave, nodding slightly at Oliver before turning to follow the Golden Dawn. The paths of the three orphans from Hage had finally diverged. Yami dragged his two new recruits through the capital, eventually arriving at a spatial magic portal created by one of his squad members, Finral Rulacase. Finral, a flirtatious young man with messy hair, looked at Asta and Oliver with a mix of pity and amusement. "New meat, Captain?" Finral asked, readying the portal. "Yeah. The loud one has zero magic, and the quiet one gives me the creeps," Yami said bluntly. "Take us to the base. I need to use the toilet." They stepped through the portal, leaving the grand, shining capital behind. The air shifted instantly, smelling of pine trees, spilled beer, and gunpowder. They emerged in front of a massive, haphazardly constructed mansion deep in the woods. It looked like a dozen different houses had been violently stitched together, with towers leaning at odd angles and smoke billowing from multiple windows. As they stood outside, a massive explosion blew out the front door, followed by the sound of shouting and shattering glass. "Welcome to the Black Bulls," Yami said, not even blinking at the destruction. "Don't die on your first day." Chapter 6, The Black Bulls Initiation. The interior of the Black Bulls headquarters was exactly as chaotic as the outside suggested. Oliver and Asta stepped through the ruined doorway, stepping over smoking rubble and broken furniture. Inside, the main hall was a battlefield of eccentricities. A woman in a witch's hat and almost no clothes was passed out on a sofa, snoring loudly with a bottle of wine in her hand. A small girl with a cotton magic sheep was aggressively eating a mountain of cupcakes. A frantic boy with crazy eyes and a mirrored eye was bleeding from his nose while staring at a picture of a little girl, muttering about his sister. In the corner, a pale, creepy man with black lipstick was whispering incomprehensibly to himself. And in the center of the room, a grinning boy with lightning crackling around his boots was actively trying to murder a delinquent-looking guy with a flaming baseball bat. Yami sighed, cracking his neck. He raised a fist coated in dark magic and punched the nearest wall. The entire building shook violently, and a massive chunk of the ceiling collapsed. "Stop destroying the base, you idiots!" Yami roared, his voice cutting through the madness. The fighting instantly stopped. The squad members scrambled to line up, offering clumsy salutes. "Welcome back, Captain!" they chorused, sweat dropping from their faces. Yami pointed a thumb over his shoulder at Asta and Oliver. "We got new meat." The loud one is Asta. The quiet one is Oliver. They're black bulls now. Try not to kill them before dinner. The squad immediately swarmed the two rookies. Luck Voltia, the lightning mage, appeared in front of Oliver in a flash of sparks, his eyes wide with manic excitement. Hi. I'm Luck. You look like you don't have any mana, just like the other guy. But my instincts are telling me I would die if I fought you. Do you want to fight to the death? Anyway. Oliver blinked, offering a polite smile. Maybe after I unpack. Before Luck could press the issue, Magna Swing, the delinquent, with the flaming bat, shoved him aside. Magna adjusted his sunglasses, glaring down at Asta and Oliver with an attempt at intimidation. Hold on a second, Captain. Magna shouted. We can't just let anyone wear the Black Bull's robe. They have to prove they have the guts to run with the worst squad in the Clover Kingdom. Magna Swing, will administer the initiation test. Yami waved a hand lazily, walking away to find a toilet. Do whatever you want. Just don't burn the house down again. Magna grinned, his grimoire floating open. He pointed his bat at Asta. You first, shorty. If you can dodge or block my attack, you pass. If you die, you fail. Flame creation magic, exploding fireball. A massive, searing sphere of fire materialized in front of Magna, illuminating the dark hall. With a swing of his bat, he launched the fireball directly at Asta. Asta didn't flinch. He drew his rusted, heavy sword from his grimoire with a roar and swung it like a baseball bat. The anti-magic blade cleaved cleanly through the fireball, splitting the flames in half and dissipating the magic into harmless sparks. Magna's jaw dropped. The rest of the squad went silent. You just cut through my magic. Magna yelled, his shock quickly turning into a massive grin. That's a real man's spirit. You pass, Asta. Here's your robe. Magna tossed a black, gold-trimmed mantle to Asta, who caught it with stars in his eyes, quickly throwing it over his shoulders. All right, now it's your turn, quiet guy. Magna turned to Oliver, narrowing his eyes. Asta might have a weird sword, but you didn't even bring your grimoire out. Let's see what you've got. Magna swung his bat again, launching an even faster, more compressed fireball right at Oliver's chest. Oliver stood completely still, his hands in his pockets. In his mind, the system interface hummed quietly. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, thermal conversion, grade A mana output, 0.0001%. The blazing fireball struck Oliver squarely in the chest. But there was no explosion. There was no smoke, no scent of burning clothing. Instead, the moment the flames touched Oliver's shirt, they vanished instantly, absorbed into his body. Oliver closed his eyes, letting out a soft sigh as a gentle, warm glow radiated from his skin. The terrifying, destructive heat of the fireball had been perfectly converted into a pleasant, soothing warmth, akin to sitting in a high-end sauna. Oliver reached into his pocket and pulled out a raw potato he had absent-mindedly pocketed back in Hage Village. He held it in his palm. The residual, perfectly controlled thermal energy radiating from his hand instantly baked the potato to absolute perfection. He took a bite, chewing thoughtfully. Needs a little salt, he mumbled. The black bulls stared at him in horrified silence. Magna dropped his bat. It clattered loudly against the stone floor. What the hell was that? He stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Oliver. You just ate my magic. And baked a potato with it. Vanessa, the drunken witch, sat up on the sofa, her eyes entirely sober for the first time all day. I didn't feel any magic from him. He didn't cast a spell. The fire just stopped existing. Luck was vibrating, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Oh wow! Oh wow! You're really, really dangerous, aren't you? Oliver finished the potato and wiped his hands. So, do I get a robe, or do I need to eat another one? Magnus slowly picked up his bat, walking over and handing Oliver a folded black robe with a profound look of respect mixed with sheer terror. You pass. You definitely pass. Welcome to the Black Bulls, Oliver. Oliver threw the robe over his shoulders, adjusting the golden pin. The rough fabric felt heavy, but comforting. He looked around at the staring, bewildered faces of his new squad mates. They were a group of misfits, rejects, and outcasts. But as Oliver felt the chaotic, vibrant energy of the room, he realized he actually liked it here. He didn't have to pretend to be perfectly normal, because nobody here was normal. From down the hall, the sound of a flushing toilet echoed loudly. Yami walked back into the main room, buckling his belt. He looked at Asta and Oliver, now wearing their squad robes. All right, you survived, Yami grunted, lighting a fresh cigarette. Go pick a room. Tomorrow, your real hell begins. We have missions, and I expect you both to make yourself useful. Oliver. You're on cleaning duty. Don't use your weird vanishing tricks on the furniture. Oliver smiled, walking up the rickety stairs to find an empty room. As he opened the door to a dusty, cobweb-filled bedroom, the midnight chime echoed in his head. System notification. Day 5658 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, matter. Reconstruction, grade S. Oliver looked at the dusty room, the broken bed, and the shattered window. He snapped his fingers. The dust vanished. The wooden splinters of the bed flew back together, seamlessly fusing into a master-crafted oak frame. The shattered glass of the window flowed upward like liquid, reforming into a pristine, spotless pane. Fresh, high thread count sheets materialized on the mattress. Oliver fell backward onto the incredibly soft bed, staring up at the newly reinforced ceiling. The real plot of this world was about to start, with the eye of the midnight sun, the elves and the devils waiting in the shadows. Let them come, Oliver whispered, pulling the covers up. I've got plenty of time. Chapter 7, The Royal Tsundere and the Frozen Village. Morning arrived at the Black Bull's base with the sound of an explosion. Oliver opened his eyes in his perfectly reconstructed, dust-free room. The familiar chime of his system echoed in his mind. System notification. Day 5659 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, absolute trajectory control. Oliver stretched, feeling the fresh reserves of mana settle into his endless core. Absolute trajectory control was a fun one. It meant once an object or spell was in motion, he could dictate its exact path, speed, and destination without touching it. He made a mental note not to accidentally send someone into orbit and headed downstairs. The main hall was already in chaos. Asta was doing one-handed push-ups while shouting about becoming the Wizard King. Magna and Luck were arguing over a piece of meat. But there was a new addition to the madness. Standing near the entrance was a silver-haired girl with a delicate, beautiful face, wearing the Black Bull's robe over a highly expensive, aristocratic dress. She had her arms crossed, looking at the entire room with an expression of profound disgust. I am Noelle Silva, she announced, her voice dripping with haughty superiority. Royalty. And I cannot believe my brother placed me in this dump with a bunch of filthy peasants. Asta immediately popped up from his push-ups. Oh. You're a new member too. I'm Asta. Nice to meet you. He held out a hand. Noelle looked at it as if he were offering her a dead rat. Do not touch me, insect, Noelle sneered, drawing her grimoire. Water creation. Magic, Sea Dragon's water ball. A massive sphere of swirling water materialized in front of her. But instead of shooting forward at Asta, the spell instantly lost its shape, violently fluctuating out of control. Noelle panicked, her arrogant facade shattering as the volatile water magic expanded, threatening to blast everyone in the room. Ah! I can't stop it! She screamed, closing her eyes. Before Asta could draw his sword to nullify it, Oliver simply raised a finger from the staircase. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, absolute trajectory control. The massive, unstable ball of water froze in mid-air. It didn't lose its kinetic energy, but its direction was completely rewritten. With a lazy flick of Oliver's wrist, the massive sphere of water condensed into a tight, high-pressure stream and shot out an open window. It arced beautifully over the forest and perfectly watered a patch of dying flowers Yami had planted near the outhouse. The room went silent. Noelle opened her eyes, blinking in shock as her robe magic completely vanished. "Morning," Oliver said, walking down the stairs and pouring himself a cup of coffee. "Try not to flood the living room before breakfast, princess. I just cleaned the floor." Noelle's face flushed bright red. I meant to do that," she stammered, twirling her twin tails. "I was just testing the structural integrity of the window." "Yes, that's it." Oliver just smiled, taking a sip of his coffee. "Sure you were." Before Noelle could yell at him, Yami kicked down the door to his own office, glaring at the room. "Shut up, all of you. My head is pounding." He pointed at Magna. "Magna, take the 3 rookies and go to Sasui village. The mayor there loses to me in poker, and he owes me. Go collect my money, and hunt some wild boars while you're at it." Magna saluted, his sunglasses gleaming. "You got it, Captain." "All right, fresh meat. Follow me." Asta pumped his fists, roaring with excitement over his first official mission. Noelle looked horrified at the prospect of doing manual labor for a peasant village. Oliver just sighed, grabbing an apple for the road. They stepped outside. Magna summoned his broom, transforming it into a ridiculously loud, flaming, heavily modified floating motorcycle. He called it the Crazy Cyclone. "Hop on, rookies!" Magna yelled over the roar of the engine. Asta and Noelle squeezed onto the back of the flaming broom, both looking terrified for entirely different reasons. Magna looked over at Oliver. "You coming, quiet guy? There's no more room, so you'll have to run behind us." Oliver took a bite of his apple. "Don't worry about me. I'll keep up." Magna grinned, revving the engine. "Suit yourself. Let's ride." The crazy cyclone shot off into the sky, leaving a trail of fire and smoke. Asta screamed in terror, and Noelle clung to him to avoid falling off. Oliver watched them go. He finished his apple, tossed the core into the woods, and took a single step forward. He didn't run. He activated spatial fold. Space itself warped around him, compressing the miles between the capital and Sasui village into a single stride. When Magna finally landed his flaming broom on the outskirts of Sasui village half an hour later, breathless and laughing maniacally, he turned around to brag to Oliver about his speed. Instead, he found Oliver already there, sitting on a stump, reading a newspaper he had found on the ground. "What took you guys so long?" Oliver asked without looking up. "I was starting to think you got lost." Magna's jaw dropped so hard his cigarette fell out of his mouth. Asta's eyes popped out of his head. Noelle just stared, her royal brain failing to process how a peasant without a broom had beaten a flaming magical vehicle. Before they could ask questions, Oliver folded the newspaper. "The village is completely silent," he noted, his demeanor shifting slightly. Magna turned toward Sasui village. The thick forest parted, revealing a horrifying sight. The entire village was encased in a massive, impenetrable dome of thick ice. The temperature plummeted instantly, chilling them to the bone. What the hell? Magna growled, drawing his flaming bat. Sasui village doesn't have any ice mages. Inside the dome, Oliver's absolute spatial awareness had already mapped out the situation. He could feel the terrified villagers huddled in the town square. And standing above them was a squad of rogue mages wearing thick cloaks, led by a man with a pocket watch and a cold, ruthless magical signature. Heath Grice. The Eye of the Midnight Sun had made their first move. Looks like we aren't just hunting boars today, Oliver said, stepping off the stump. Let's break that ice. Asta yelled, drawing his massive demon slayer sword and charging at the frozen dome. He swung with all his might, the anti-magic blade connecting with the thick ice. But the ice was too dense, too saturated with heavy mana. Asta bounced off, landing hard in the dirt. My turn. Magna yelled, launching a massive exploding fireball at the dome. The fire hit the ice, creating a cloud of steam, but the frozen barrier didn't even crack. This isn't normal magic. It's incredibly dense. Noelle gripped her grimoire, trembling. Even a noble's magic would struggle against a barrier this thick. What do we do? We can't get in. Oliver walked past them, his hands in his pockets. He stopped a foot away from the massive wall of ice. You guys are thinking too hard, Oliver said calmly. You don't need to break a door if you just ask it to open. Oliver raised his right hand and tapped the ice with a single knuckle. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, matter state manipulation. The moment his knuckle touched the frozen barrier, the spell didn't shatter. It didn't melt into water, either. The millions of tons of magical ice instantly underwent rapid sublimation, bypassing the liquid phase entirely and turning straight into a harmless, glowing mist. The massive dome vanished in less than a second, revealing the stunned rogue mages and the terrified villagers inside. Heath Grice looked up from his pocket watch, his eyes widening in absolute shock as his ultimate defensive spell simply ceased to exist. What are you? Heath demanded, his icy calm breaking. We're the Black Bulls, Oliver said, stepping into the village square. As the mist cleared around him. And you're standing in our captain's gambling money. Asta roared, charging forward with his heavy sword. Magna swung his bat, igniting his flames. Noelle stared at Oliver's back, realizing for the first time that the lazy, quiet boy from the Forsaken Realm was a monster disguised in human skin. The battle for Sasui village had begun. Chapter 8, The Shadow of the Midnight Sun. The sudden disappearance of the massive ice dome left Heath Grice and his subordinates completely exposed. The icy mist settled over the village square, revealing the terrified villagers cowering behind the village elder, who was bleeding from a nasty cut on his forehead. Heath looked at the pocket watch in his hand, its glass face now cracked from the sudden shift in atmospheric pressure. He looked up at the four black bulls standing at the edge of the square. His eyes, usually dead and calculating, flickered with genuine confusion. Impossible, Heath muttered, his breath visible in the freezing air. That barrier was woven with enhanced mana. It cannot simply vanish. Which one of you cast that spell? Asta did not give him time to think. With a deafening roar, the magicless boy launched himself forward like a cannonball, his massive, rusted sword dragging through the dirt. I don't know what you're talking about, but you're going to pay for hurting these people. Asta yelled, swinging his blade in a wide arc. Heath's subordinates reacted instantly. 3 of them stepped forward, opening their grimoires. Ice creation magic, icicle spears. Dozens of jagged, razor-sharp ice projectiles materialized in the air and shot toward Asta at breakneck speed. Before Asta could even raise his sword to deflect them, a barrage of exploding fireballs intercepted the ice in mid-air. The resulting explosion created a thick cloud of steam. "Don't ignore me, you icy bastards!" Magna shouted, swinging his flaming bat and launching a continuous stream of fire. "I'm Magna Swing, a real man of the Black Bulls. I'll melt you all down!" As Asta and Magna engaged the lackeys, Noelle stood paralyzed near the village entrance. Her hands trembled as she held her grimoire. She was royalty. She possessed more Ramana than anyone in this village combined. Yet, as she watched the chaotic, life-or-death struggle unfold, the familiar suffocating fear gripped her chest. She couldn't control her magic. If she tried to attack, she might hit Asta or the villagers. Oliver noticed her trembling. He casually walked past her, his hands tucked warmly into his pockets. "It's okay to be scared, Princess," Oliver said, not looking back. "But a royal who only watches from the sidelines isn't much of a royal at all. Find something to protect. It makes aiming a lot easier." Noelle gasped, her pride stinging from his words. She looked at the huddled villagers. There were children among them, crying and clutching their parents. A fierce, unfamiliar resolve sparked within her chest. In the center of the square, Heath Grice had had enough. He recognized that the fire mage and the anti-magic boy were dangerous, but he was a precision instrument of his master's will. He did not fail. "You are troublesome, but ultimately insignificant," Heath said coldly. "Ice creation magic, heavenly ice fang." Instead of aiming at Magna or Asta, Heath directed a massive, terrifyingly dense wave of jagged ice spikes directly at the defenseless villagers. It was a calculated move. If the magic knights tried to save the peasants, they would leave themselves open to a fatal counterattack. Asta and Magna were too far away. They turned, their eyes wide with horror as the lethal ice magic closed in on the villagers. Noelle did not think. She simply ran. She threw herself between the villagers and the incoming ice, flipping her grimoire open. "Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Lair." A swirling dome of water erupted around her and the villagers. But just like back at the headquarters, the magic was wildly unstable. The water fluctuated, threatening to collapse under the sheer pressure of Heath's attack. Noelle squeezed her eyes shut, pouring every ounce of her massive mana pool into the spell, praying it would hold. From the edge of the battlefield, Oliver watched. He could have stepped in and vaporized the ice with a blink. But Noelle needed this. She needed to know she could protect people. Oliver raised a single finger. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, mana resonance regulation. He didn't cast a spell. He simply sent a microscopic, invisible pulse of his own perfectly controlled mana to harmonize with Noelle's chaotic output. Instantly, the turbulent water dome stabilized. The swirling currents locked into a perfect, impenetrable sphere. Heath's ice spikes slammed into the water barrier and shattered harmlessly, completely unable to pierce Noelle's defense. Noelle opened her eyes, gasping for breath. The barrier had held. She had protected them. She didn't know why it had suddenly felt so perfectly stable, but a triumphant, beautiful smile broke across her face. Oliver smirked, dropping his hand. "Good job, Princess." Seeing his ultimate attack fail, Heath Grice lost his composure. Time was up. He drew a physical blade made of enchanted ice, preparing to engage Asta in close combat. Asta charged, his anti-magic sword clashing against Heath's ice blade. The force of the impact created a shockwave that kicked up dirt and snow. Heath was incredibly fast, his movements precise and deadly. Asta was struggling to keep up, taking shallow cuts to his arms and legs. Heath raised his ice blade for a lethal strike aimed right at Asta's neck. Oliver sighed. Asta was brave, but he lacked the reaction speed to dodge this specific strike. It was time to wrap things up. Oliver locked his eyes on Heath's boots. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, absolute friction nullification. Target, enemy footwear. As Heath planted his back foot to deliver the killing blow, the friction between his boots and the earth completely ceased to exist. To Heath, it felt as though he had stepped onto perfectly smooth, oiled glass. His footing vanished. He slipped violently backward, his lethal strike wildly missing Asta and his arms flailing as he lost all balance. Asta didn't question the sudden, bizarre clumsiness of his enemy. He saw the opening, gripped his heavy sword with both hands, and brought it down with a world-shattering roar. The flat of the anti-magic sword slammed directly into Heath's chest. The impact shattered Heath's magical defenses instantly, sending the rogue mage flying across the square until he crashed through a stone wall, completely unconscious. Seeing their leader defeated, the remaining rogue mages dropped to their knees, their spirits broken. Magna tied them up with thick ropes of fire, laughing triumphantly. "We did it!" Asta cheered, raising his sword into the air, completely ignoring his bleeding wounds. The village elder approached, tears streaming down his face. He bowed deeply to the four black bulls. "Thank you! Thank you, Magic Knights! You saved our lives today!" Magna puffed out his chest, adjusting his sunglasses. "Don't mention it, old man. We're the Black Bulls. Now, about that poker money you owe Captain Yami." As Magna collected the village's payment, Asta was suddenly pecked on the head by the strange, anti-magic bird that had followed him from the capital. The bird, which Asta had named Nero, fluttered down and pecked at the rubble where Heath had crashed. Asta walked over, moving a broken stone. Beneath it was a strange, glowing tablet with a magical stone embedded in the center. "What's this?" Asta asked, picking it up. Oliver walked over, his eyes narrowing slightly as his passive appraisal skill automatically scanned the object. System notification. Item scanned, Magic Stone of the Elves. Warning, high concentrations of forbidden magic detected. "It's a rock," Oliver said casually, though he knew exactly what it was. "Keep it. Might be worth something to the captain." Suddenly, a blinding white light began to emit from the unconscious bodies of Heath and his men. Magna jumped back in shock as the magical bindings flared. "What's happening?" Magna yelled. Oliver watched calmly. "It's a suicide spell," he explained, his voice devoid of panic. "Woven into their bodies. They're erasing themselves to prevent us from interrogating them." Asta panicked, trying to smash the spell with his sword, but it was too late. The light consumed them, leaving nothing behind but scorch marks on the ground. "They killed themselves, just to keep a secret?" Noelle whispered, her face pale with horror. "Who are these people?" Oliver looked up at the sky, feeling the faint, lingering traces of unnatural mana fading into the atmosphere. The eye of the midnight Sunday. The first real players on the board had made their move. "Let's go home," Oliver said, turning away from the scorch marks. "We got the captain's money, and I'm pretty sure I left my oven on." Chapter 9, The First Star and the Ancient Dungeon. The journey back to the Black Bull's base was considerably less chaotic than the ride to Sasui village. Magna drove the crazy cyclone at a reasonable speed, mostly because he was completely exhausted from spamming fireballs. Asta was snoring loudly, dangling precariously from the side of the broom, while Noelle sat stiffly, still processing the reality of her first real battle. Oliver, as usual, had used his spatial magic to instantly teleport back to the base, taking a hot shower and making a sandwich before the others even crossed the forest border. When the trio finally stumbled through the broken front doors of the headquarters, Yami was sitting on the main sofa, polishing his katana. He looked up, puffing out a cloud of smoke. "You're late," Yami grunted. "Did you get my poker money?" or do I need to go cut a village elder in half? Magna immediately snapped to attention, pulling the heavy sack of coins from his robe. Mission accomplished, Captain. We secured the funds, saved the village from a group of creepy ice mages, and the rookies did great. Yami took the bag of coins, weighing it in his hand with a satisfied smirk. Good. I was starting to think I'd have to sell Finral to pay off my drinking debts. What about those ice mages? Did you bring one back so we can ask why? They were attacking a backwater village? They killed themselves, Noel said softly, looking at the ground. They used some kind of forbidden self-destruct magic the moment they were captured. Yami's expression darkened slightly. Self-destruct magic. That means they were fanatics. A coordinated group with a dangerous boss. We'll have to keep an eye out for them. Asta suddenly perked up, his bird Nero pecking aggressively at his head. Oh right. Captain, Nero found this weird rock under the bad guys. Do you think it's worth any money? Asta pulled the glowing, inscribed tablet from his pocket. The moment the magic stone was exposed to the air, a faint, ancient resonance rippled through the room. Yami's eyes narrowed. He stood up, taking the stone from Asta's hand and examining it closely. Oliver sat in the corner, eating his sandwich. He knew exactly what the stone was. It was a crucial piece of the puzzle that the elf souls needed to resurrect their people. He had considered crushing it into dust with his matter manipulation, but interfering too heavily with the plot this early would rob Asta and Yuno of the growth they desperately needed. Plus, he wanted to see the Wizard King's reaction. This isn't a normal rock, kid, Yami said, tossing it slightly. The Wizard King mentioned something about these magic stones. Ancient relics with weird properties. I'll take this to the capital tomorrow and hand it over to the boss. You actually did something useful, Asta. Because of your success, Yami continued, reaching into his cloak. The Wizard King awarded our squad a golden star. Yami held up a small, glowing star emblem. Magna gasped, tears literally streaming down his face behind his sunglasses. A star. A real star. Captain, I'm so happy I could die. Don't die on my carpet, Yami muttered. We're still at -30 stars overall because of all the property damage you idiots cause, but it's a step up. As the squad celebrated their single star, the midnight chime echoed in Oliver's mind. System notification. Day 5660 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept magic, probability manipulation. Oliver almost choked on his sandwich. Probability manipulation. The ability to alter the absolute chance of an event occurring. He could make the chance of a meteor hitting the base 100%, or the chance of Yami winning the lottery 0%. It was an ability that bordered on absolute godhood. He quickly sealed it away in the deepest corner of his mental vault, vowing never to use it unless the universe itself was about to collapse. Listen up, freaks, Yami called out, silencing the room. The Wizard King gave us another assignment. A magical dungeon has suddenly appeared near the border of the Clover Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom. A dungeon? Asta asked, tilting his head. Like, an underground cave with monsters? It's an ancient tomb, Noelle corrected him, crossing her arms. Dungeons are remnants of past magical eras. They are filled with deadly traps, but they also contain powerful ancient magic items. If the Diamond Kingdom gets their hands on the treasure, it could start a war. Exactly, Yami said. So we have to get there first and loot the place. Asta, Noelle, you're going. Luck, you're leading the team since you actually have combat experience. Luck Voltia appeared out of thin air, sparks of lightning dancing around his grinning face. A dungeon? With Diamond Kingdom mages? Are they strong? Can I fight them too? The death? Please tell me I can fight them to the death. Do whatever you want, just don't die, Yami sighed. Oliver, you're going too. Oliver paused, a piece of lettuce hanging from his mouth. Me? Why? I'm on dish duty this week. Because these three are guaranteed to blow up the dungeon or get themselves killed, Yami said, pointing his cigarette at the eccentric trio. You're the only one who doesn't panic. Just make sure they come back in one piece. If you do, I'll buy you a decent steak. Oliver swallowed his food and shrugged. I like steak. Deal. Asta cheered, pumping his fists into the air. A dungeon. Exploration. We're going to find an ancient super weapon and become famous. Right, Oliver? Oliver finished his sandwich and dusted off his hands. He looked at the system interface floating silently in his vision. The dungeon arc. This was where Asta would find his second sword, where Yuno would obtain the wind spirit, and where Oliver would finally get a taste of ancient, unrefined magic. Sure, Asta, Oliver smiled lazily. Let's go rob a tomb. Chapter 10, The Labyrinth and the Golden Rivalry. The entrance to the dungeon was a gaping, jagged maw. Torn into the earth, located deep within a neutral zone between the Clover and Diamond kingdoms. Dense, ancient mana spilled from the cave mouth like a thick fog, suffocating the surrounding flora and turning the sky an unnatural shade of bruised purple. Oliver stood at the edge of the abyss, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. The midnight chime had gone off just as they arrived. System notification. Day 5661 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, Concept Magic, Absolute Bypass. Oliver mentally filed the new ability away. Absolute Bypass meant that any lock, trap, barrier, or spatial distortion simply did not apply to him. He could walk through a solid reinforced vault door as if it were open air. In a dungeon built entirely on deadly traps and ancient magical locks, it was a hilariously convenient cheat code. Wow! It's so dark and creepy! Asta yelled, leaning over the edge of the pit. His eyes were practically sparkling with excitement. Do you think there are dragons down there? It's a tomb, you idiot, not a zoo, Noelle snapped, though she was standing notably far away from the edge, her arms crossed nervously. We are here to secure magical items for the kingdom, not to play hero. Luck Voltia was practically vibrating, lightning already sparking off his boots. He took a deep breath, his eyes wide with a manic grin. There's so much strong mana down there. I can feel it. Different people, strong people. I want to fight them all. Luck didn't even wait for a plan. He simply launched himself into the dark abyss, laughing maniacally as his lightning magic illuminated the sheer drop. Wait! You're the leader, you lightning freak! Noelle yelled, but Luck was already gone. Asta drew his heavy anti-magic sword. Well, we can't let him get all the good fights. Let's go, Oliver. Noelle. Asta jumped in after him. Noelle sighed dramatically, summoned a cushion of water to slow her descent, and followed. Oliver shook his head, pulling an apple from his pocket. He didn't jump. He simply stepped forward, activating Absolute Bypass combined with his spatial awareness. The gravity of the drop didn't accelerate him, he floated down at a leisurely pace, taking a bite of his apple as the ancient darkness swallowed them whole. The interior of the dungeon was a massive, sprawling labyrinth of grey stone, illuminated by glowing moss and the faint, residual magic of a bygone era. Almost immediately, the chaos began. Asta ran blindly down the first corridor, his sword resting on his shoulder. He stepped on a slightly raised stone tile. The wall beside him slid open, revealing a massive, incredibly complex magical cannon that instantly charged a lethal beam of pure light magic. "Watch out, Asta!" Noelle screamed. Before Asta could react, Oliver, who was walking 20 paces behind them, simply snapped his fingers. He didn't destroy the trap. He just applied a microscopic fraction of his newly acquired absolute bypass to the cannon's targeting mechanism. The ancient spell fired, but the beam of destructive light completely ignored physical reality, passing cleanly through Asta, Noelle, and the opposite wall as if they were ghosts, harmlessly dissipating into the void. Asta blinked, patting his chest. "Whoa! This dungeon has fake traps. That's so cool." Noelle stared at the scorch mark on the distant wall. "That wasn't fake, you fool. We almost died." She turned to look at Oliver, who was examining a glowing patch of moss. "You did that, didn't you?" she asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Did what?" Oliver asked innocently, tossing his apple core into the darkness. "Just watch your step, princess. This place is old." They continued deeper into the labyrinth, following the ambient hum of ancient magic. However, the sprawling corridors eventually opened up into a massive, cavernous hall filled with floating platforms and crystal formations. And they were not alone. Standing on a raised crystal platform were 3 figures draped in pristine, golden-trimmed robes. The Golden Dawn, the top-ranked magic knight squad in the Clover Kingdom. "Yuno!" Asta yelled, a massive grin splitting his face. He waved his sword in the air. "I knew you'd be here." Yuno looked down from the platform, his usual stoic expression softening just a fraction. "Asta! You're as loud as ever." Standing next to Yuno was a tall man with glasses and a profoundly arrogant posture. Klaus lunettes pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, looking down at the black bowls with utter disdain. "The black bowls?" Klaus scoffed, his voice echoing in the large cavern. "What a joke! To think the Wizard King would send the absolute worst squad in the kingdom to handle a mission of this magnitude. And look at you! A magicless peasant, an exiled royal who can't control her magic, and." Klaus's eyes landed on Oliver. He squinted, trying to sense the boy's mana pool. He felt absolutely nothing. It was like looking at a rock. "And another peasant with a pitiful mana pool," Klaus sneered. "You have no business being here. Leave this to the Golden Dawn. We will secure the dungeon's treasure." Mimosa Vermilion, a sweet-looking girl with short orange hair standing beside Klaus, smiled apologetically. "Please, Klaus, there's no need to be so harsh. They are our fellow magic knights." "Hello, Noelle. It's been a while." Noelle stiffened, looking away from her royal cousin. "Hello, Mimosa." Asta completely ignored Klaus's insults. He pointed his heavy sword directly at Yuno. "I don't care about your fancy robes. I'm going to find the treasure room before you, Yuno." "We will see about that, Asta," Yuno replied, his 4-leaf clover grimoire glowing faintly. Klaus scoffed again. "This is ridiculous. Yuno, let us proceed. We are wasting our time speaking with this trash." Oliver sighed, stretching his arms. The arrogance of the nobles in this world was incredibly predictable. He looked at Klaus, letting a tiny, almost imperceptible fraction of his compressed magical pressure leak out just enough to target the space directly around Klaus's glasses. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, absolute density. Suddenly, Klaus's glasses weighed 500 pounds. The haughty noble slammed face first into the crystal floor. With a sickening thud, unable to lift his head. His perfectly styled hair flattened against the ground. "Klaus!" Mimosa gasped, rushing to his side. "What happened? Did a gravity trap activate?" I don't know." Klaus strained, his face turning purple as he tried to push himself up. Gravity, it's crushing my face. Asta laughed so hard he fell over. Wow, the Golden Dawn's traps are way worse than ours. Be careful, Four Eyes. Yuno glanced at Oliver. Oliver simply offered a lazy wave and a small, knowing smile. Yuno's eyes narrowed slightly. Remembering the absolute crushing pressure Oliver had displayed in the forest back in Hage. He knew Oliver had done something, but he kept his mouth shut. Let's keep moving, Yuno said, easily lifting Klaus by the collar as Oliver released the pressure. The Diamond Kingdom mages are already inside the dungeon. I can sense their mana deeper down. Asta's competitive spirit flared. The Diamond Kingdom? No way I'm letting them get the treasure. Come on, Oliver. Noel. We have to run. As Asta sprinted ahead, Oliver followed at his leisurely pace. The real test was approaching. The Diamond Kingdom had sent their elite, and the dungeon's ancient guardian was waiting to be awakened. Oliver cracked his knuckles. He was looking forward to seeing what actual combat magic looked like. Chapter 11, The Smoke of the Diamond Kingdom. The deeper Asta, Noel, and Oliver ventured into the ancient dungeon, the heavier the ambient mana became. It felt like breathing underwater. The stone walls were lined with intricate, glowing runes that hummed with a dormant, dangerous energy. Asta charged blindly ahead, his heavy anti-magic sword deflecting the occasional stray mana blast from hidden traps, while Noel trailed cautiously behind. Still jumpy from her near miss with the light cannon. Oliver walked at his usual relaxed pace. His absolute spatial awareness mapped every inch of the labyrinth for miles around. He could feel Yuno and the Golden Dawn moving steadily through a parallel corridor, their progress smooth and coordinated. He could also feel the chaotic, sparking energy of Luck Voltia rapidly clashing with a dense, suffocating magical signature a few levels below them. Looks like Luck found a playmate, Oliver remarked casually, sidestepping a massive spike trap that violently shot out of the floor right where his foot would have been. Asta skidded to a halt. You can feel him? Where is he? Is he fighting the Diamond Kingdom guys? We have to go help. Oliver pointed lazily toward a solid stone wall to their left. He is about 300 meters that way, straight down. Asta did not hesitate. He raised his massive rusted sword and swung it with all his monstrous physical strength directly into the stone wall. The anti-magic blade, combined with his raw power, shattered the ancient masonry, creating a cloud of dust and a gaping hole that led to a steep, dark shaft. Let's go! Asta yelled, jumping into the darkness without looking. Noel sighed, summoning her water magic to cushion her fall once again. He is going to get us killed. Are you coming, Oliver? After you, Princess. They plummeted through the darkness, breaking through a crumbling ceiling and landing in a massive, dimly lit subterranean arena. The air down here was thick and hard to breathe, filled with a dense, grey fog that clung to the skin like cobwebs. In the center of the room, Luck Voltia was panting heavily, his lightning magic crackling violently but visibly dimmed. Across from him stood a middle-aged man with a thin mustache, smoking a pipe. He wore the military uniform of the Diamond Kingdom. Oh my, Lotus Hamalt said, chuckling as he puffed on his pipe. More children from the Clover Kingdom? You magic knights really are sending babies to do a man's job. This smoke of mine saps physical strength and magical energy. The lightning boy. Here put up a good fight, but he's running on fumes. Luck grinned, though his legs were shaking. He's strong. His smoke is everywhere. I can't get a clean hit. But I can still fight. You're not fighting alone, you lightning freak. Asta roared, charging out of the rubble. Lotus sighed, waving his hand. Smoke creation magic, prison of the fallen king. The grey fog in the room suddenly condensed, thickening into heavy, swirling chains. of solid smoke that shot toward Asta, Noel, and Luck. The smoke was heavily saturated with mana, designed to drain the life force of anyone it touched. Asta swung his sword, completely cutting through the smoke chains aimed at him. The anti-magic cleaved the spell apart, surprising Lotus. Oh! No magic, but a sword that cancels it out? Lotus muttered, his lazy demeanor sharpening. How troublesome! Let's see how you handle a blind spot. Lotus tapped his grimoire. The smoke in the room instantly multiplied, plunging the entire cavern into absolute pitch-black darkness. Noelle gasped as the heavy fog wrapped around her, making it impossible to see or breathe. Asta swung wildly, but he was just hitting empty air. In the suffocating darkness, Lotus moved silently, a dagger drawn, aiming right for the exhausted Luck. Oliver stood near the back of the room, entirely unaffected. To him, the smoke was nothing but harmless vapor. His spatial awareness gave him a perfect, high-definition map of the entire room, tracking Lotus's exact movements. Oliver sighed. This guy was annoying. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept erasure. Target, aerosolized particles within a 50-meter radius. Oliver simply blew a gentle breath into the air. The effect was instantaneous and absolute. The dense, magical smoke didn't just blow away, it ceased to exist. Every single particle of fog within the massive cavern vanished in a fraction of a millisecond, leaving the air pristine and crystal clear. Lotus, who was mid-stride, froze. He looked around in absolute shock. His ultimate, inescapable smoke prison, which had taken massive amounts of mana to blanket the room, was completely gone. He looked down at his pipe, even the normal tobacco smoke was missing. What just happened? Lotus stammered, his eyes darting around the room. A wind spell? No, there was no air current. My magic was just erased. Asta blinked, realizing he could see again. Wow! The smoke cleared up. Thanks, Oliver. Oliver shrugged, leaning against a stone pillar. The air was getting a bit stuffy. Lotus locked his eyes on Oliver. The Diamond Kingdom mage was a veteran of countless wars. He knew when he was outmatched. His survival instincts, honed over decades of combat, were screaming at him to run. The boy leaning against the pillar had no mana signature, yet he had effortlessly annihilated a high-tier spell without even moving. Well, Lotus forced a nervous laugh, putting his hands up. It seems I have overstayed my welcome. I'm just an old man with a family to feed. I know when a battle is lost. Lotus immediately summoned a specialized smoke chariot beneath his feet. Before Asta or Luck could react, the chariot shot backward, crashing through a weak point in the cavern wall and fleeing up toward the surface at breakneck speed. Hey! Get back here! Asta yelled, taking a step to follow. Let him go, Luck panted, falling to one knee as his lightning dissipated. He's fast. And we need to get to the center of the dungeon. Noelle walked over to Oliver, looking at him with a mix of awe and suspicion. You erased that smoke. You didn't even open your grimoire. Are you going to pretend that was normal? Oliver smiled lazily, tapping the side of his head. I just have really good lungs, princess. Now, let's keep moving. If we stay here, the Golden Dawn is going to take all the good loot. Asta's competitive fire instantly reignited. He completely forgot about the fleeing enemy. You're right. We can't let Yuno beat us. Let's go. As Asta charged down the only remaining corridor, Oliver followed, his eyes narrowing slightly. His spatial awareness was reaching the deepest part of the dungeon. There, he felt an incredibly dense, violent clash of mana. Yuno's wind magic was fighting against something cold, sharp, and overwhelmingly destructive. Mars, Oliver thought. The Diamond Kingdom's ultimate weapon. Things were about to get a lot more interesting. Chapter 12, The Diamond Weapon. The corridor leading to the heart of the dungeon was lined with massive, shattered statues and deep scorch marks. The air grew colder with every step, and the ground trembled violently, sending dust raining down from the ceiling. Asta sprinted ahead, driven by the sounds of the intense battle echoing from the chamber below. Noelle followed closely, her grimoire floating beside her. Oliver brought up the rear, his absolute spatial awareness giving him a real-time, three-dimensional view of the fight happening just out of sight. It was a massacre. They burst into the final colossal treasure room. The center of the chamber was dominated by a massive, glowing vault door. But the floor was a battlefield of jagged, terrifyingly dense pink crystal. Yuno was pinned against the wall, a massive shard of crystal completely impaling his shoulder. His four-leaf grimoire was on the ground. Klaus Lunetz was trapped in a cage of the same crystal, his glasses shattered and his face bleeding. Mimosa Vermilion was unconscious, a deep gash across her stomach, while she feebly attempted to cast a healing spell on herself. Standing in the center of the room, surrounded by a maelstrom of razor-sharp crystal shards, was a teenage boy. He wore the uniform of the Diamond Kingdom, but his skin was pale, and his eyes were completely dead. Embedded directly into his forehead and chest were magical stones, glowing with chaotic, unrefined power. Mars. The Diamond Kingdom's magically engineered super soldier. Yuno. Asta screamed, his eyes widening in pure horror at the sight of his rival bleeding out. The sound of Asta's voice made Mars turn his head. His dead eyes locked onto the new arrivals. More weaklings, Mars said, his voice flat, devoid of any human emotion. You are in the way of the Diamond Kingdom's objective. Eradicate. Mars raised his hand. Crystal creation magic, Talos puppet. A massive, 15-foot-tall golem made entirely of jagged pink crystal erupted from the floor. It roared a silent, crushing sound and charged directly at Asta, raising a massive crystal fist. Asta didn't flinch. He gripped his heavy sword, ignoring the terror gripping his heart. I'm not going to let you hurt my friends. Asta roared, swinging the anti-magic blade. The sword clashed with the golem's fist. The anti-magic erased the structure of the crystal upon contact, shattering the massive arm. But Mars was relentless. Before Asta could recover his stance, Mars fired a barrage of hundreds of razor-sharp crystal shards directly at Asta's blind spot. Asta! Noelle screamed, throwing her hands forward. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Lair. The swirling dome of water materialized around Asta, intercepting the crystal shards. But Mars's magic was too dense, too heavily infused with the artificial stones embedded in his body. The crystals pierced the water barrier, shattering Noelle's spell and sending a few shards grazing Asta's arms and legs. Asta gritted his teeth, refusing to fall, but the sheer volume of attacks was overwhelming. Oliver watched from the entrance. He could see the structural integrity of Mars's magic. The crystals weren't just standard elemental magic, they were reinforced by the tortured souls and mana of the children Mars had been forced to kill during his experiments in the Diamond Kingdom. It was a dense, tragic power. Yuno, struggling against the crystal pinning him to the wall, locked eyes with Oliver. Yuno didn't speak, but his eyes carried a silent plea. Not for himself, but for Asta. Oliver let out a soft sigh. I guess the warm-up is over. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered. Concept magic, absolute vulnerability. Target, artificial crystal constructs. Oliver stepped into the room. He didn't run. He just walked toward Mars with his hands in his pockets. As Oliver stepped forward, the 15-foot crystal golem, which had just regenerated its arm, turned its attention to him. It swung a massive, lethal fist down at Oliver's head. Oliver didn't dodge. He didn't block. He simply let the fist hit him. The moment the impossibly dense, razor-sharp crystal made contact with Oliver's hair, it didn't just shatter. It disintegrated into a fine, harmless pink mist. The entire golem collapsed instantly, turning into dust that blew away in the ambient draft of the cavern. Mars's dead eyes widened a fraction. The absolute certainty of his magically engineered power had just been broken. He immediately summoned a massive wall of crystal between himself and Oliver, followed by a torrent of lethal spikes. Oliver kept walking. He didn't break stride. As he walked into the massive crystal wall, the wall simply dissolved. The incoming spikes turned to dust the moment they entered a 3-foot radius around him. It was not a fight. It was a casual stroll through a highly lethal battlefield. What is he doing? Klaus gasped from inside his crystal cage. Watching in absolute disbelief as Oliver casually dismantled the magic of a Diamond Kingdom super soldier. Mars gritted his teeth, a flicker of genuine panic entering his dead eyes. He tapped into the artificial stones embedded in his body, pushing his mana output to a suicidal level. The entire room shook. Crystal creation magic, Leviathan. A colossal, glowing broadsword made of hypercondensed crystal materialized above Mars. It was easily the size of a small building, radiating enough destructive force to level the entire dungeon. Mars brought his hands down, swinging the massive blade directly at Oliver. Oliver stopped walking. He looked up at the colossal blade descending upon him. He pulled a hand out of his pocket and raised a single finger. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, vector reversal. Mana output, 0.001%. Oliver's finger touched the tip of the massive crystal sword. The kinetic energy of the multi-ton blade was instantly and violently reversed. The sword shattered with a deafening crack, the massive chunks of crystal flying backward at triple their original speed. Mars, caught entirely off guard by the impossible reversal of momentum, was slammed by the debris of his own ultimate attack. The impact threw Mars across the massive cavern. He crashed violently into the glowing vault door, the artificial stones in his body cracking under the immense kinetic shock. Mars fell to the ground, completely unconscious, his lethal crystal magic dissolving into the air. The cavern fell dead silent. The oppressive, suffocating magical pressure that had filled the room vanished instantly. Oliver dusted off his finger and shoved his hand back into his pocket. He turned to look at the stunned Golden Dawn members and his exhausted squad mates. "Well," he said lazily. "Are we going to open that vault, or are we just going to sit here all day?" Chapter 13, The Vault and the Wind Spirit. The massive cavern was deadly silent, save for the sound of shifting dust and Klaus Lunetz's heavy, staggered breathing. The Golden Dawn noble stared at the spot where the 15-foot crystal golem had simply ceased to exist, then at Oliver, who was currently yawning. Klaus's brain completely short-circuited. That was Diamond Kingdom's ultimate weapon. He wiped out half our squad in seconds. And you didn't even use a spell. You just touched him. Oliver ignored Klaus, walking over to where Yuno was pinned against the wall. The massive crystal shard was still embedded deep in Yuno's shoulder, bleeding heavily. "Hold still," Oliver said lazily. He didn't pull the shard out. That would cause massive blood loss. Instead, Oliver raised a hand. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept erasure. Target, foreign matter within the host. The pink crystal embedded in Yuno simply vanished, leaving a gaping, bleeding wound. Before Yuno could even flinch, Oliver triggered a second skill. Active skill triggered, absolute cellular restoration. A soft, golden light pulsed from Oliver's hand. In less than a second, the torn muscle, shattered bone, and ruptured skin in Yuno's shoulder knit back together perfectly. There wasn't even a scar. Yuno tested his arm, his stoic expression breaking into a look of profound shock. I don't feel any pain. It's completely healed. Asta ran over to Mimosa, who was lying unconscious in a pool of her own blood. Oliver! Help Mimosa! She's bleeding really badly. Oliver walked over, casually waving his hand over the golden dawn healer. The same golden light enveloped her, instantly closing the lethal gash across her stomach. Mimosa gasped, her eyes fluttering open. She sat up, touching her completely healed stomach in absolute disbelief. I'm alive? Mimosa whispered, looking up at Oliver with wide, tear-filled eyes. Thank you. Thank you so much. No problem, Oliver said, turning his attention to the massive, glowing vault door at the center of the room. Mars was slumped unconsciously against it. Now, let's see what we came here for. Oliver grabbed Mars by the collar and casually tossed the magically engineered super soldier aside like a rag doll. He then placed a hand on the ancient, heavy stone door of the vault. It was covered in intricate, highly complex magical locks that would take a master mage hours to decode. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, absolute bypass. Oliver simply pushed. The ancient, unbreakable magical locks shattered like fragile glass, and the massive stone doors groaned, sliding open to reveal a blinding golden light. The treasure room was breathtaking. Mountains of gold coins, ancient jewels, and glowing magical artifacts filled the colossal chamber. Whoa! Asta screamed, his eyes turning into giant stars. We're rich. We can buy all the potatoes in Hage Village. Klaus adjusted his broken glasses, stepping into the vault with wide eyes. This is incredible. The magical artifacts in here could advance the Clover Kingdom's magical research by centuries. While the others marveled at the gold, Oliver leaned against the wall near the entrance. He watched as Asta and Yuno, drawn by an invisible pull of destiny, wandered deeper into the vault. Asta stopped in front of a stone pedestal. Resting on it was a bizarre, incredibly dirty sword, coated in rust and thick grime. It looked completely useless compared to the glowing magical staves and golden swords surrounding it. But Asta's anti-magic grimoire floated out of his pouch, glowing with a dark, heavy aura. The rusted sword lifted into the air and was instantly absorbed into the pages of his five-leaf clover grimoire. Yuno, meanwhile, found himself standing before a glowing wall of ancient text. As he approached, a single, decaying scroll detached itself from the wall and hovered in front of him. When Yuno touched it, the ancient writing flew off the parchment and embedded itself directly into his four-leaf grimoire, printing a strange new spell onto a blank page. Oliver smiled. The Demon Dweller Sword and the Sylph Spirit. The plot was right on track. Suddenly, a massive surge of dense, violent mana erupted from outside the vault. Oliver sighed. I was wondering when his second phase would trigger. The group rushed out of the vault. Standing in the center of the cavern was Mars. But he looked entirely different. His grimoire, which was bizarrely stitched together down the middle, was glowing with two distinct colors. Half of it radiated the cold pink of his crystal magic, while the other half burned with a searing, intense orange flame. The wounds he had sustained from crashing into the door were actively closing, healed by a cloak of restorative fire. Flame recovery magic, Phoenix healing flannel, Mars muttered, his dead eyes locking onto the group. He raised his hands, combining the two contradictory elements. Crystal and flame magic, Leavitian of the Apocalypse. A new sword materialized above Mars, twice as large as the first one, made of hyperdense crystal and wreathed in roaring, destructive flames. He has two magic attributes. Klaus yelled, absolutely horrified. That's impossible. Oliver, you have to do that weird finger thing again. Asta shouted, grabbing the hilt of his newly acquired second sword. Oliver took a step back, crossing his arms. I'm on break. What? Asta and Noelle yelled in unison. I handled the first round, Oliver said lazily, gesturing toward Mars. You guys just got some shiny new toys from the vault. Don't you want to test them out? This guy is the perfect training dummy. Asta looked at the heavy, rusted sword he had just pulled from his grimoire. It was vibrating, hungering for magic. Yuno looked at his four-leaf grimoire, which was glowing with a brilliant, emerald light. Yuno stepped forward, his stoic face hardening into a fierce scowl. He's right. We can't rely on Oliver for everything. If we want to become the Wizard King, we have to surpass our limits here. Asta grinned, swinging the rusty sword. Yet. Let's show this guy the power of Hage Village. Mars swung the colossal, flaming crystal blade down at them. Noelle, shoot your water magic at me. Asta yelled, raising the rusty sword. Noelle didn't hesitate. Water creation magic, sea dragon's lair. She fired a torrent of water directly at Asta. But instead of hitting him, the water was violently sucked into the rusted blade. The dark sword began to glow with a brilliant blue light, brimming with Noelle's royal water magic. At the same time, Yuno's grimoire flipped open. Wind spirit magic, Sylph's breath. A tiny, glowing fairy materialized next to Yuno's ear. She took a deep breath and unleashed a condensed, hyper-pressurized tornado that ripped the very bedrock from the floor. Asta swung his sword, releasing a massive slash of anti-magic mixed with Noelle's water attribute. Yuno's tornado merged with the slash, creating a localized hurricane of absolute destruction. The combined attack collided with Mars's flaming crystal sword. The anti-magic erased the structure, the water extinguished the flames, and the wind scattered the remnants. The blast hit Mars point blank, sending him flying across the room once again, shattering the wall and embedding him deep within the solid stone. This time, the Diamond Kingdom mage did not get back up. Klaus fell to his knees, weeping openly. You did it, you actually did it. You magnificent peasants. Suddenly, the dungeon began to violently shake. Massive chunks of the ceiling started falling. The dungeon is collapsing. Mimosa cried out. The dungeon core has been disrupted, Yuno said, looking up at the falling debris. We need to leave, now. Asta grabbed as much gold as he could stuff into his pockets, while Klaus grabbed the most valuable-looking magical artifacts. Oliver stretched, pulling out a small pocket watch he had found in the vault. Well, it's been fun, but I think it's time to go home. He snapped his fingers. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, group spatial fold. In a flash of colorless light, the black bowls and the golden dawn vanished from the collapsing cavern, reappearing instantly under the bright, clear sky outside the dungeon entrance, leaving the crumbling tomb and the Diamond Kingdom far behind. Chapter 14, The Wizard King and the Golden Capital. The bright sun of the neutral zone beat down on the grassy plains, a stark contrast to the oppressive, suffocating darkness of the dungeon they had just escaped. Asta, Noelle, Yuno, Klaus, and Mimosa were sprawled on the ground, catching their breath as the massive crater where the dungeon used to be settled into a cloud of dust. Oliver stood a few feet away, stretching his arms and looking completely refreshed, as if he had just taken a pleasant morning stroll. Klaus Lunetz pushed himself to his knees. His glasses were broken, his pristine golden dawn uniform was ruined, and he was covered in dirt. He looked at Asta, then at Yuno. The haughty, arrogant noble who had insulted them just an hour ago was entirely gone. Asta. Yuno. Klaus began, his voice trembling. I was wrong. I was so incredibly wrong about you both. You fought with honor, bravery, and a power that rivals the greatest nobles. You are true magic knights. Klaus suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his arms around both Asta and Yuno, bawling uncontrollably. I am so proud to call you my comrades. Asta patted Klaus on the back, laughing loudly. It's okay, Four Eyes. We're all friends now. Yuno looked incredibly uncomfortable being hugged, but he didn't push Klaus away. He glanced over at Oliver. You didn't fight at the end. Why? Oliver picked a piece of lint off his black bull's robe. If I solved every problem, you guys would never learn how to swing your new toys. Consider it a learning experience. A few hours later, the groups parted ways. Klaus and Mimosa returned to the Golden Dawn headquarters to report to William Van Jans, while Oliver, Asta, and Noel headed back to the Black Bull's base. When they arrived, Yami was waiting for them. He listened to Asta's loud, exaggerated recounting of the dungeon, the Diamond Kingdom mages, and the collapsing ceiling. When Asta pulled out the massive, rusted Demon Dweller sword, Yami whistled. You actually found a dungeon treasure, Yami said, amused. And you didn't die. Good job. But don't unpack yet. The Wizard King wants a full report from the people who actually explored the dungeon. We're going to the royal capital. Asta vibrated with excitement. The Wizard King. We get to meet the Wizard King. Within the hour, Yami dragged Asta, Noel, and Oliver through Finral's spatial portal, depositing them directly inside the royal citadel in the heart of the capital. The sheer opulence of the castle was staggering. Golden statues, marble floors, and magical chandeliers decorated the massive hallways. They were led into a spacious, sunlit office overlooking the entire city. Standing by the window was a tall man with messy blonde hair, wearing a grand, star-patterned robe. Julius Novacrano, the 28th Wizard King, turned around with a massive, childlike grin on his face. Welcome! Julius cheered, rushing forward. I heard you had an incredible adventure. Tell me everything. What kind of magic did the Diamond Kingdom use? Did you find any ancient spells? Julius was notorious for his absolute obsession with new and unique magic. He practically tackled Asta, his eyes sparkling as he inspected the anti-magic swords. Fascinating! Julius muttered, tracing the rusted blade. It drains magic directly from its surroundings. And you have no mana at all, which is why you can wield it. This is incredible. He then turned to Yuno, who had been summoned alongside Klaus and Mimosa to give the Golden Dawn's report. Julius marveled at the sylph spirit hovering near Yuno's shoulder, taking rapid notes in a small journal. Then, Julius's eyes landed on Oliver. The Wizard King's childlike excitement suddenly paused. Julius's magic was time magic. To manipulate time, he constantly read the flow of mana in the world around him. He could look at a person and instantly gauge their magical potential, their history, and the natural flow of their life force. When Julius looked at Oliver, he saw nothing. It wasn't the empty, magicless void he saw in Asta. Asta was a rock in a river, the water flowed around him. But Oliver was a black hole. When Julius tried to read the flow of time and mana around the lazy-looking 15-year-old, his magical senses completely flatlined. There was no past, no future, no flow. Just an unfathomable, infinite abyss that stared back at him. Julius's eyes widened. A drop of sweat formed on his brow. Who are you? He asked, his voice losing its playful tone for a fraction of a second. Oliver offered a lazy two-finger salute. Oliver, sir. Black Bulls. I mostly do the dishes. Julius stepped closer, his curiosity overriding his initial shock. What kind of magic do you use, Oliver? I cannot sense a single drop of mana in your body, yet the space around you feels heavy. As if reality itself is bending around you. I just use standard spatial magic, Oliver lied effortlessly, pulling a blank iron-bound grimoire from his pocket. Nothing special. Julius stared at the blank grimoire, his mind racing. He knew it was a lie, but the sheer scale of the anomaly standing in his office thrilled him. He laughed, a booming, genuine sound. The black bulls really do collect the most fascinating people. I look forward to seeing what you will achieve, Oliver. As the briefing concluded, Julius clapped his hands together. Since you all did such an exceptional job protecting the kingdom's interests, I am inviting you to the Star Award Festival banquet happening in the castle right now. Only the highest performing Magic Knights are there. Go, eat and celebrate. Yami yawned. You kids go ahead. I'm going to find a toilet and a place to gamble. Don't cause a diplomatic incident. Asta, Noel, Oliver, Yuno, Klaus, and Mimosa were escorted into a massive dining hall filled with the elite of the Clover Kingdom. The room was packed with nobles wearing the robes of the Silver Eagles, the Crimson Lions, and the Blue Rose. The tables were laden with the most expensive, luxurious food imaginable. Wow! Asta yelled, immediately diving into a massive roasted boar. This is amazing! However, the warm atmosphere quickly plummeted. The elite nobles in the room stopped their conversations, turning to glare at the newcomers. Why is there a filthy peasant in the royal banquet hall? A haughty voice echoed. Solid Silva, Noel's older brother, stepped forward. He wore the Silver Eagle's robe. His face twisted in disgust. Beside him stood their older sister, Nabra, looking equally repulsed. Noelle stepped back, her shoulders tensing as the familiar, suffocating fear of her siblings washed over her. Solid poured his drink directly onto the floor. Who let the black bulls trash in here? And you, Noelle? You continue to shame the Silva family name by parading around with these insects. You should have died instead of our mother. Noelle's eyes filled with tears. She looked down, entirely unable to defend herself against the psychological abuse she had endured her entire life. Before Solid could say another word, Asta was standing on the table. The magicless boy gripped Solid by the collar, lifting the noble slightly off the ground. Apologize, Asta growled, his voice carrying a dark, terrifying fury that silenced the room. Apologize to Noelle right now. Solid's eyes widened in shock, but his arrogance quickly returned. Take your filthy hands off me, peasant. Water creation. Magic, holy water execution. Before Solid could cast the spell, a loud chime echoed in Oliver's mind. System notification. Day 5662 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, area of effect, absolute magic gemming. Oliver, who was leaning against the buffet table eating a grape, didn't even look up. He simply activated the new skill, setting the radius to the entire banquet hall. Solid's water magic sputtered and died instantly. Not just Solid's. Every single noble in the room who was flaring their mana in anger suddenly felt their connection to their magic violently severed. The glowing grimoires in the room slammed shut and fell to the floor. The floating magical chandeliers flickered and went dark. The elite nobles panicked. Their absolute superiority, their magic, was entirely gone. What's happening? Alec Dora Sandler of the Golden Dawn shouted. My magic! I can't feel my mana. Asta, completely unaffected by the magical blackout, tightened his grip on Solid's collar. I said, apologize. Solid trembled, suddenly realizing that without his magic, he was just a man being held by a boy with monstrous physical strength. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the capital outside. The heavy stone walls of the castle shook violently, and the sound of screaming echoed from the city streets below. The magical blackout in the banquet hall lifted as Oliver deactivated the skill, sensing the disturbance. He walked over to the large glass window, looking down at the sprawling royal capital. Multiple portals of dark, swirling magic had opened in the sky above the city. Hordes of undead corpses and rogue mages were flooding the streets, setting buildings on fire and attacking civilians. Oliver took another bite of his grape. Well, he noted calmly. Looks like the party is over. The Eye of the Midnight Sun is here. Chapter 15, The Invasion and the Wraith. The deafening explosion rattled the stained glass windows of the banquet hall. The elite magic knights, who had been completely stripped of their mana just moments before, suddenly felt their magic return as Oliver deactivated his absolute magic gemming. But the relief was instantly overshadowed by the plumes of black smoke rising from the royal capital below. Look! Someone shouted, pointing out the massive windows. The lower districts are under attack. Oliver looked down. Swarms of grotesque, decaying corpses were flooding the streets, tearing through market stalls and cornering civilians. Dark, swirling portals hovered above the city, dropping more undead by the second. The Eye of the Midnight Sun had bypassed the kingdom's magical barriers entirely. This is an invasion. Klaus gasped, his grimoire already floating beside him. How did an enemy army breach the royal capital without triggering the sensory wards? Before the nobles could form a plan, Asta was already moving. He didn't wait for orders. He didn't even look at the arrogant nobles who had insulted his squad a minute ago. I'm going! Asta roared, drawing his massive demon slayer sword. He sprinted to the balcony and threw himself over the edge, plummeting hundreds of feet toward the chaotic streets below without a second thought. That idiot! Noelle cried out, rushing to the balcony, though she lacked the means to safely jump after him. Silence! A booming, commanding voice echoed through the hall. Fuego Leon Vermilion, the captain of the Crimson Lions, stepped forward. His fiery aura flared, instantly crushing the panic in the room with his sheer, royal presence. We are magic knights! Fuego Leon declared, his eyes blazing with absolute authority. Our duty is to protect the citizens of the Clover Kingdom. Silver Eagles, take the Northern District. Blue Rose, secure the eastern gates. Golden Dawn, intercept the enemy mages. Move out! The nobles snapped to attention, their pride stung but their training taking over. They summoned their brooms and transportation magic, scattering into the sky like a swarm of angry hornets. Fuego Leon walked over to Noelle, who was trembling slightly. He placed a heavy, reassuring hand on her shoulder. Noelle Silva! Do not let your siblings' harsh words cloud your duty, the Crimson Lion captain said firmly. You are a magic knight. Show them the strength of your resolve. Noelle looked up at him, her eyes widening. Then, she gripped her grimoire, her face hardening into a mask of pure determination. Yes, Captain Vermilion. As Noelle summoned a cushion of water to carry herself down to the streets, Fuego Leon glanced at Oliver, who was still casually leaning against the buffet table, chewing on a piece of exotic fruit. Are you not joining them, Black Bull? Fuego Leon asked, his eyes narrowing. Oliver swallowed the fruit and wiped his hands on a napkin. I'm going. Just finishing my snack. Fighting on an empty stomach is bad for your health. With a lazy step, Oliver walked off the balcony. He didn't use a broom or a water cushion. He simply adjusted the gravity around his body, floating down to the capital streets at a relaxed, diagonal trajectory, his hands tucked warmly into his pockets. Down in the city, the situation was a bloodbath. Asta had landed squarely in the central plaza, where a tall, gaunt man with a stitched face and a manic grin was commanding the undead army. Raid Spirito, a former commoner who had been exiled for his forbidden wraith magic, laughed maniacally as his zombies cornered a group of terrified children. Kill them all! Show these arrogant royals the power of my grudge! Raids screamed, a dark, heavy grimoire floating beside him. Not on my watch! Asta roared. He swung his heavy sword, cleanly, cutting 3 zombies in half. But instead of bleeding, the corpses simply leaked dark, toxic mana and began to stitch themselves back together. Physical attacks won't work on my wraiths, you magicless brat! Raids sneered. They are fueled by my cursed mana. Jimmy! Crush him! A massive, hulking zombie stitched together from the corpses of magical beasts lunged at Asta, firing a condensed bullet of dark magic from its mouth. Asta deflected it with the flat of his blade, gritting his teeth against the sheer kinetic force. A few streets away, Oliver touched down lightly on the cobblestones. The area he landed in was cut off from the main plaza. Over 200 zombies were advancing on a crowded evacuation shelter where dozens of injured civilians and lower-class nobles were cowering. A squad of city guards was trying to hold the line, but their spears and basic fire spells were doing nothing against the regenerating corpses. We can't hold them! A guard screamed as a zombie lunged for his throat. Oliver sighed. This was getting noisy. He walked past the line of terrified guards. He didn't draw his grimoire. He just raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept magic, absolute purge. Target, reanimated biological matter. A wave of colorless, invisible energy instantly expanded from Oliver's fingertips, washing over the entire street. The effect was instantaneous. The 200 zombies didn't shatter, and they didn't fall over. The cursed mana animating them was forcibly and violently eradicated from reality. The moment the magic was purged, the corpses instantly turned into harmless, grey ash, blowing away in the wind. The entire street went dead silent. The guards blinked, staring at the empty cobblestones where an unstoppable army had just been standing. Oliver lowered his hand, turning to the stunned civilians. You guys should probably head to the castle. It's safer up there. High above the city, hiding in a spatial distortion, another member of the Eye of the Midnight Sun watched the street. Valtos, a spatial mage, stared at Oliver in absolute, cold terror. What did he just do? Valtos whispered to himself, his spatial portal wavering. That wasn't light magic or fire magic. The wraith mana was completely annihilated in a microsecond. Who is that boy? Valtos quickly contacted Raids through a communication spell. Raids. We have an anomaly in the western sector. A black bull just wiped out 200 of your corpses without casting a visible spell. We need to initiate the primary objective and retreat immediately. Raids, who was currently clashing with Asta and Noel in the central plaza, snarled. Shut up, Valtos. I'm not leaving until I crush this screaming brat and the royals. Back in the central plaza, Noel was using her water magic to blast the zombies away from the civilians, while Asta relentlessly swung his swords, nullifying the dark magic animating the corpses. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire erupted in the plaza. Fuego Leon Vermilion landed in the center of the battlefield, his royal mana burning so intensely that the weaker zombies melted simply from standing near him. You have done well, Asta. Noel. Fuego Leon praised them, his eyes locked onto Raids. But this is where the real battle begins. I will incinerate this fool and his grudge. Raids laughed, though a bead of sweat rolled down his stitched face. The Crimson Lion. Perfect. I'll add your corpse to my collection. Carl. Michael. Raids summoned 2 highly advanced wraiths, elite corpses belonging to former Magic Knight captains, heavily saturated in cursed defensive magic. As Fuego Leon unleashed a monstrous torrent of royal fire, overwhelming the elite wraiths, Oliver strolled into the plaza from a side street. He stood near the Edge of the battlefield, watching the Crimson Lion fight. Oliver's spatial awareness suddenly flared. He felt a highly condensed, targeted spatial distortion forming directly under Fuegoleon's feet. It was a trap. Voltos was waiting for Fuegoleon to focus his entire magical output on raids, leaving his spatial defenses down. System notification. Temporal divergence detected. The target Fuegoleon Vermilion is fated to lose an appendage to ensure future character growth and the acquisition of the fire spirit. Oliver tilted his head. He could easily stop the spatial portal. He could erase Voltos from existence with a thought. But he knew the mechanics of this world. Fuegoleon's near-death experience. Here was the catalyst for his immense power-up later on. If Oliver stopped it, Fuegoleon would remain stagnant, and the Crimson Lions would never truly awaken. However, letting a good man get his arm ripped off didn't sit well with Oliver's casual nature. "Let's find a middle ground," Oliver muttered. As the dark spatial portal suddenly swallowed Fuegoleon, the entire plaza gasped. The Crimson Lion captain vanished instantly. "Captain Vermilion!" Asta yelled, his eyes wide with horror. A heavy, oppressive silence fell over the battlefield. Raids grinned wildly. "It worked. We got him. The strongest captain is out of the picture." Oliver casually reached into his pocket, his eyes locked onto the residual spatial coordinates left behind by the portal. He didn't stop the kidnapping. But he made sure to place a microscopic, invisible marker of his absolute cellular restoration onto Fuegoleon's cloak just as the portal closed. When Fuegoleon inevitably returned, bleeding and broken, he wouldn't die. "Now then," Oliver said, stepping fully into the plaza, his voice cutting through the ambient noise of the burning city. "You guys took the loud, flashy captain. But you're still making an awful lot of noise in my general vicinity." Raids turned, glaring at the lazy-looking black bull. "Who the hell are you? Another piece of trash ready to die?" Asta looked back. "Oliver. This guy's magic is weird. The zombies keep coming back." "I noticed," Oliver said, continuing his slow walk toward Raids. Raids sneered, opening his grimoire to its final page. "You think you can act tough? I'll show you true despair." Wraith Creation Magic, number 0. The ground split open. A colossal, monstrous abomination stitched together from dozens of high-tier magical beasts crawled out of the earth. It radiated a suffocating, toxic miasma that instantly killed the grass in the plaza. It was Raids' ultimate weapon, capable of destroying a mountain. "Kill him!" Raids screamed, pointing at Oliver. The massive abomination roared, raising a fist the size of a house, and slammed it down directly onto Oliver. Asta and Noel screamed his name. The fist collided with the ground, creating a massive crater and a shockwave that threw debris into the air. Raids threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Ha! Crushed like an insect. That's what you get for Raids' laughter violently choked off." As the dust cleared, the abomination's massive fist was suspended in the air. Oliver was standing in the exact center of the crater, holding the multi-ton, curse-infused fist with a single finger. Oliver wasn't straining. He wasn't even looking at the monster. He was looking at his pocket watch. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept erasure. Oliver lightly flicked the monster's knuckles. The colossal, mountain-destroying wraith didn't explode. It didn't fight back. The moment Oliver's finger made the tiny kinetic impact, the entire beast violently unraveled at the molecular level. In the blink of an eye, the ultimate weapon of the Eye of the Midnight Sun dissolved into a harmless, odorless mist, leaving behind nothing but empty air. Raids' jaw dropped. The grimoire in his hands trembled. His mind, twisted by hatred and dark magic, completely broke as it tried to comprehend the absolute impossibility of what he had just witnessed. Oliver shoved his hands back into his pockets and looked at Raids, his eyes utterly cold. "Are you done throwing garbage at me?" Oliver asked. "Because if you are, I'd like to go back to the banquet. I didn't get to try the cake." Chapter 16, The Fall of the Lion and the Time Mage. The central plaza of the royal capital was trapped in a suffocating, dead silence. The colossal wraith number 0, a monstrosity that had required immense amounts of cursed mana and countless corpses to create, was simply gone. It did not leave a corpse. It did not leave a trace of magic. Raid's Spirito fell to his knees, his dark grimoire hitting the cobblestones with a dull thud. His hands tore at his stitched face, his mind completely fracturing under the weight of the impossibility he had just witnessed. "My magic, my masterpiece!" Raids hyperventilated, his eyes wide and bloodshot. "What are you? A monster? A devil? That wasn't magic. You erased it. You erased my grudge." Oliver sighed, pulling a hand from his pocket to rub the back of his neck. "You guys always have the same reaction. It gets incredibly boring." Asta, covered in dirt and zombie ash, stared at Oliver with stars in his eyes. "Oliver! That was amazing! You didn't even use a spell. You just flicked it and boom! Gone." Noelle, however, was looking at Oliver with a deep, creeping sense of dread. She was a royal. She understood the theoretical limits of magic better than Asta did. What Oliver had just done defied every single law of mana in the Clover Kingdom. It was the power of a god, disguised in the body of a lazy 15-year-old. Before anyone could say another word, the air above the plaza violently distorted. A dark spatial portal tore open, identical to the one that had swallowed Fuego Leon Vermilion moments ago. "He's back!" Asta yelled, gripping his sword. A body fell from the portal, crashing heavily onto the stone pavement. But it wasn't the proud, blazing crimson lion captain they had seen earlier. Fuego Leon lay motionless in an expanding pool of his own blood. His royal cape was shredded, and his grimoire was dim and unresponsive. Most horrifying of all, his right arm had been completely severed at the shoulder, the magical pendant that usually rested on his chest missing. "Captain Vermilion!" Noelle screamed, covering her mouth in absolute horror. Asta dropped his sword and sprinted to the fallen captain, his heart pounding in his chest. "Captain! Wake up! Somebody get a healing mage! He's bleeding out!" High above them, Voltos stepped out of a secondary spatial portal, grabbing the trembling Raids by the collar. "We have the magic stone. The primary objective is complete. We are retreating. You cowards!" Asta roared, tears streaming down his face as he looked up at the spatial mage. "You ambushed him. Come back here and fight." Voltos looked down at the screaming boy, and then his eyes shifted to Oliver, who was standing quietly near the crater. A shiver of pure terror ran down Voltos's spine. "We are leaving," Voltos repeated hastily, ignoring Asta entirely. He activated his spatial magic, intending to pull himself and Raids back to their distant hideout. Oliver watched them. He could have frozen space. He could have dragged them back down by reversing gravity. But he sensed the blindingly fast, overwhelming magical signature of Julius Novacrano already tracking the spatial coordinates. The Wizard King had it handled. Instead, Oliver walked over to where Asta was desperately pressing his hands against Fuegoleon's severed shoulder to stop the bleeding. "Move, Asta," Oliver said calmly. Asta looked up, his face stained with tears and blood. "Oliver, we have to save him. He's going to die." "I know," Oliver replied. As he spoke, the microscopic marker of absolute cellular restoration that Oliver had attached to Fuegoleon's cloak before he was kidnapped finally activated. A brilliant, soothing golden light erupted from the fabric, wrapping tightly around the captain's lethal wound. The magic didn't regrow the arm. Oliver had specifically calibrated the spell to preserve the timeline, knowing Fuegoleon needed this physical loss to forge his bond with the fire spirit later on. But the golden light instantly fused the severed blood vessels, closed the gaping flesh, and stabilized the captain's dangerously low blood pressure. The bleeding stopped entirely, and Fuegoleon's ragged breathing smoothed it into a steady, deep rhythm. "He's stable," Oliver said, stepping back. "He's in a coma, but he'll live." Asta let out a massive, shuddering breath, falling back onto the cobblestones. "Thank goodness." "Thank you, Oliver." Suddenly, the sky above the capital erupted with light. The other Magic Knight captains, having cleared out the remaining zombies in the districts, converged on the central plaza. Nozel Silva landed first, his face a mask of cold fury as he saw his eternal rival lying armless in the dirt. "Who did this?" Nozel roared, his liquid mercury magic flaring violently around him. "They ran away through a portal," Noelle said, her voice shaking but resolute. "They took his pendant." Yami landed a second later with a heavy thud, his katana drawn. He looked at the unconscious Fuegoleon, then at the massive, perfectly smooth crater where the wraith number 0 had been erased. Yami's dark eyes flicked over to Oliver. "Did you do that?" Yami asked, gesturing to the crater. Oliver shrugged. "It tripped." Yami snorted, putting his sword away. "Sure it did. Where's the Wizard King?" Miles away from the royal capital, deep within a dark, underground cavern. Voltos and raids tumbled out of their spatial portal. They hit the stone floor, gasping for air. "We did it," Voltos panted, clutching the glowing magic stone they had stolen from Fuegoleon. "We escaped." "Did you really think it would be that easy?" A cheerful, almost playful voice echoed. Through the dark cavern, Voltos and raids froze. Standing a few feet away from them, illuminated by the faint glow of the cave crystals, was Julius Novacrano. The Wizard King had simply stepped through the closing spatial portal behind them, moving faster than time itself. "You guys have some fascinating magic," Julius said, his childlike smile sending a wave of absolute dread through the rogue mages. "But I can't let you attack my kingdom and steal from my captains. I'm going to have to ask you to surrender. Or, you know, I could just freeze you in time forever." Before Julius could cast a spell, an intense, blinding beam of pure light magic pierced the darkness of the cave, aimed directly at the Wizard King's heart. Julius tilted his head, the light beam passing harmlessly through the space he had occupied a fraction of a millisecond earlier. He looked into the shadows, his smile fading into a serious, guarded expression. Stepping out of the darkness was a man radiating an overwhelming, almost divine aura of light magic. He wore a white robe, his face serene but his eyes burning with an ancient, deeply rooted hatred. Licht, the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sunday. "You are fast, Julius Novacrano," Licht said, his voice echoing with dual tones. "But you cannot stop our salvation." Julius stared at Licht, analyzing the unnatural, double-layered mana signature radiating from the man. "I see, Julius," murmured. "This is going to be a problem." Back at the royal capital, the cleanup had begun. Recovery mages had placed Fuegoleon on a stretcher, rushing him to the royal hospital. The citizens were slowly emerging from the shelters, looking at the damage with tears in their eyes. Asta sat on a piece of rubble, completely exhausted. His muscles ached, and his grimoire lay heavy in his lap. But he looked up at the sky, his eyes burning with a fierce, unyielding fire. "I'm going to get stronger," Asta whispered, clutching his fists. I'm going to get strong enough to protect everyone, just like Captain Vermilion. And I'm going to become the Wizard King. Yami walked up behind him, slapping a heavy hand on Asta's head. Keep dreaming, kid. But you did good today. Both of you did. Yami looked over his shoulder. Hey, Oliver. Let's head back to the base. Oliver didn't answer. Yami turned fully around, raising an eyebrow. Oliver was standing near the shattered remains of a bakery stall. He had found an intact, perfectly frosted strawberry cake under some debris. He was currently eating it with a small silver fork he had apparently pulled out of nowhere. What? Oliver asked, his mouth full of cake. I told you I was hungry. As Yami sighed and Asta started yelling about wanting a piece of cake. The midnight chime echoed perfectly in Oliver's mind. System notification. Day 5663 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept magic, absolute information comprehension. Oliver swallowed his bite of cake, smiling softly. The plot was accelerating. The leader of the elves had revealed himself, the magic stones were gathering, and the Wizard King had finally seen the real enemy. Oliver licked the frosting off his fork. Let the games begin. Chapter 17, The Mixer and the Sister Complex. The influx of knowledge hit Oliver the moment he woke up in his bed at the Black Bull's headquarters. The daily chime had granted him absolute information comprehension. Most mortal minds would have instantly shattered under the weight of the ability, but Oliver's system perfectly integrated the data into his consciousness like a neatly organized library. In the span of a single breath, Oliver understood everything. He understood the molecular composition of the Clover Kingdom. He understood the exact flow of mana connecting the physical world to the underworld. He knew the true identities of the elves. He knew about Zagred, the word soul devil pulling the strings. He knew about the Spade Kingdom, the Dark Triad, and even the time wizard Lucius Zagrades hiding in plain sight. He knew the location of every magic stone, every hidden dungeon, and every secret in the continent. Oliver let out a long, heavy sigh, staring at the wooden ceiling of his room. That is way too much drama for one continent, Oliver muttered, rubbing his temples. A devil manipulating elves to wipe out humans, while another human manipulates time to wipe out devils. I miss the days when people just fought over money. Despite possessing the absolute knowledge to solve every crisis in the world right now, Oliver had no intention of doing so. Asta and Yuno needed to forge their own paths. If Oliver simply snapped his fingers and erased all the villains, his brothers would never reach their true potential. They would just be strong kids in a peaceful world, entirely unprepared for the sheer scale of the universe. He would play his part as the lazy safety net, stepping in only when the plot threatened to derail completely. Oliver rolled out of bed, threw on his black bull's robe, and headed downstairs. The main hall was its usual chaotic self. Asta was doing vertical handstand push-ups, while balancing 3 heavy chairs on his feet, screaming about surpassing his limits. Noelle was sitting at a table, delicately sipping tea while trying not to look at Asta, though a faint blush betrayed her. Magna and Luck were wrestling over a piece of burnt toast. Sitting in the darkest corner of the room was a pale young man with messy brown hair and a mirror replacing his left eye. Gauche Adlai was staring intensely at a small photograph of a little girl, his nose actively bleeding as he muttered to himself. Marie is an angel. Marie is the only good thing in this filthy world. I need to go see Marie. I need to buy her a dress. No, 10 dresses. I will kill anyone who looks at Marie. Oliver walked past Gauche, carefully avoiding the pool of nosebleed on the floor, and headed into the kitchen to grab a loaf of bread. Yami kicked the front door open, walking in with a fresh cigarette and a foul mood. Listen up, you noisy idiots, Yami grunted, causing the room to instantly fall silent. We got a few days off. The Wizard King wants things to cool down after the capital invasion. The city needs time to rebuild, and I need time to sleep. Don't blow up the base while I'm napping. Yami walked toward his room but paused, looking back at Asta. Hey, kid. You did good out there. Take a break. Your muscles are going to snap if you keep screaming like that. Asta dropped the chairs, landing on his feet. A break? But Captain, I have to train. If I stop moving, the Wizard King title will get further away. Finral Rulacase suddenly appeared, wrapping an arm around Asta's shoulder with a wide, flirtatious grin. Come on, Asta. The captain said to relax. And I know exactly how we are going to do it. A mixer? A mixer? Asta asked, tilting his head. Is that a type of protein shake? Finral sighed dramatically. No, you tragic child. A mixer is where young men and women meet, converse, and find love. I have arranged a meeting with some lovely ladies in Neen Town. Luck is coming, but I need one more guy to balance the numbers. Luck raised his hand, electricity sparking from his fingers. I heard the girls in Neen Town are really tough. Can I fight them to the death? No. Finral yelled. You are not fighting our dates to the death. Asta, you are coming. It will be good for you to experience the world outside of training and fighting zombies. Noelle slammed her teacup down, her face turning bright red. A mixer? Why would a filthy peasant like you go to a mixer? Not that I care. You can go make a fool of yourself. But you shouldn't. Asta puffed out his chest. I don't know what this mixer thing is, but if it's a challenge, I accept. I will be the best mixer there ever was. Though my heart belongs to Sister Lily. Finral groaned, rubbing his face. You are impossible. Hey, Oliver. Want to come? It's at a restaurant. Free food. Oliver, who was halfway through a slice of plain bread, stopped. His absolute information comprehension instantly pulled up the menu of the restaurant in Neen Town. They had a limited edition roasted pork dish infused with honey and wild herbs. Free food? Oliver asked. I'm in. Noelle glared at him. You are going to. You lazy, you shouldn't be associating with strange women. Oliver smiled, walking past her. Don't worry, princess. I only have eyes for the pork roast. A few hours later, Finral opened a spatial portal, depositing the 4 black bulls in the bustling, peaceful streets of Neen Town. The town was nestled near the border of the Forsaken Realm, known for its cold weather and hearty food. They walked into a warm, brightly lit tavern. Sitting at a large table were 3 young women. One of them, a girl with bright red hair and freckles, looked incredibly nervous. Finral immediately slid into the booth, flashing his most charming smile. Ladies! Thank you for gracing us with your presence. I am Finral, and these are my squad mates. We are Magic Knights, but tonight, we are just your humble servants. The girls giggled, though the red-haired girl, Rebecca, looked at Asta with a hint of curiosity. The mixer began exactly as poorly as one would expect from the Black Bulls. Luck immediately asked his date if she wanted to go outside and hit each other with magic. Finral tried to flirt with all 3 women simultaneously and ended up confusing himself. Asta, completely oblivious to the concept of romance, started aggressively eating a plate of potatoes while shouting about how great Sister Lily was. Oliver sat at the very end of the table, entirely ignoring the social disaster unfolding beside him. He ordered the roasted pork. When it arrived, he used his absolute information comprehension to analyze the exact temperature, spice blend, and cooking time. He then used a microscopic fraction of his matter reconstruction to perfectly optimize the cellular structure of the meat, making it the most delicious thing to ever exist on the continent. He ate in complete, blissful silence. Rebecca, feeling overwhelmed by Finral and luck, shifted her attention to Asta. "You sure eat a lot," she laughed nervously. "You are a magic knight, right? Is it scary fighting bad guys?" Asta swallowed a whole potato. "Scary? Sometimes. But I have to protect people. And I have a really heavy sword." "What do you do, Rebecca?" I have a lot of little brothers and sisters," Rebecca smiled, a genuine warmth entering her eyes. "I take care of them. It's hard work, but I love them." Asta's eyes widened. "Really? I grew up in an orphanage with a bunch of kids. Taking care of kids is awesome. You are a great person, Rebecca." Rebecca blushed furiously, completely taken aback by Asta's loud, unfiltered honesty. As Asta and Rebecca started bonding over their shared experiences with children, Oliver finished his pork roast and wiped his mouth. He looked out the window of the tavern. His absolute information comprehension was feeding him real-time data about the entire town. He could sense everything. He felt the cold wind blowing through the streets. He felt the villagers going about their day. And he felt the dark, twisted mana of two rogue mages hiding in the snowy woods just outside the town borders. Nej and Barrow. They were using hypnotic snow magic to lure the children of Neentown out of their homes, intending to drain their mana for the eye of the midnight Sunday. Among the children currently being lured into the woods was a little girl with brown hair and a bright smile. Marie Adley. Gauche's little sister. Oliver looked at his empty plate, then at the clock on the tavern wall. Gauche was going to arrive in exactly 20 minutes to visit his sister, only to find her missing. The situation was going to turn violent very quickly. Oliver let out a soft sigh, standing up from the table. "Where are you going, Oliver?" Asta asked, his mouth full of food. "I'm going for a walk to burn off the calories," Oliver said, stretching his arms. "Enjoy your mixer, guys. I have a feeling it's going to get a lot colder out there soon." Chapter 18, The Snow Cave and the Mad Scientist. The winter air in Neentown was crisp and biting. Oliver walked out of the warm tavern, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his black bull's robe. The sky above was dark, heavily laden with thick, unnatural snow. Through his absolute information comprehension, Oliver didn't just see the snow, he saw the intricate, woven threads of hypnotic mana layered into every single flake. It was a wide-area spell designed to numb the mind and compel anyone with weak magical resistance, specifically children, to walk out into the freezing woods. Oliver let a snowflake land on his nose. It instantly melted, the hypnotic magic dissolving harmlessly against his passive defenses. A few streets over, he could already feel the doors of houses creaking open. Small, sleepwalking figures were emerging into the cold. Their eyes blank, drawn by the magical compulsion. Among them was Marie Adley, wrapped in a small coat, marching silently toward the distant mountains. Oliver casually strolled after the procession of children. He could have snapped his fingers and dispelled the snow across the entire region, but he knew the Black Bulls needed this mission. Gauche needed to learn how to trust his squad mates, and Asta needed to encounter the upper echelons of the Eye of the Midnight Sunday. So, Oliver just walked, enjoying the quiet crunch of snow beneath his boots. A mile outside of town, hidden deep within a rocky ravine, was a massive, dimly lit cave. The sleepwalking children filed inside, lining up blankly as a strange, glowing magical device began forcefully extracting their mana, storing it in heavy crystalline vials. Standing over the machine were two brothers. Nej, a nervous-looking boy wearing a thick winter coat, was maintaining the snow spell. His older brother, Barrow, a gruff, ugly man with a greedy sneer, was organizing the stolen mana. "Keep it up, Nej!" Barrow barked, kicking a rock. "Once we drain these brats dry, that creepy spatial mage will pay us a fortune. Then we can finally live like kings in the capital." Nej frowned, looking at the shivering children. "But Barrow, they look so cold. Are you sure they won't die if we take too much?" "Shut up and focus!" Barrow yelled. "Who cares about a bunch of peasant kids? Actually, I do. It's past their bedtime, and the draft in here is terrible." Barrow and Nej whipped around. Standing at the entrance of the cave, leaning casually against a stalagmite, was Oliver. He didn't have his grimoire out. He was just watching them with mild annoyance. "Who the hell are you?" Barrow snarled, drawing his grimoire. "A magic knight. How did you get past the snow barrier without falling asleep?" Oliver sighed, exhaling a cloud of white breath. "Your snow is boring. And your business model is highly unethical." Nej panicked, stepping in front of his brother. "Snow magic, binding snow chains." A barrage of dense, magical snow shot toward Oliver, intending to freeze his limbs to the cave wall. Oliver didn't move. As the snow chains entered a 2-foot radius around him, they violently vaporized into a cloud of harmless steam. Nej stumbled back, his eyes wide. "My magic! It just evaporated." But he didn't even cast a heat spell. Barrow gritted his teeth, preparing to launch a mud spell, but a sudden, high-pitched giggle echoed through the cave. "Ooh! That was so interesting. How did you do that, little magic knight?" A dark spatial portal opened behind Barrow and Nej. Stepping out of it was a young woman wearing a white lab coat over revealing clothes, thick glasses, and an utterly insane, obsessive smile. Sally, the rogue magical scientist of the Eye of the Midnight Sunday. "Sally!" Barrow gasped, sweating profusely. "We almost have the mana you asked for. Just give us a little more time." Sally ignored Barrow entirely. She walked past him, her eyes completely locked onto Oliver. She held up a strange, bubbling syringe filled with dark, cursed magic. "I was watching through the portal," Sally said, giggling as she tilted her head. "I didn't see any mana come from you. You just deleted his snow. Are you a mutant? A scientific anomaly? Oh, I want to dissect you. I want to cut you open and see what makes you tick." Oliver looked at the mad scientist. "You're not my type." Sally pouted, crossing her arms. "How mean. But that's okay. I have a new toy I want to test anyway." Without warning, Sally spun around and jammed the massive syringe directly into Barrow's neck. Barrow didn't even have time to scream. The dark, forbidden magic violently flooded his veins. His eyes rolled back into his head, and his body began to rapidly, grotesquely mutate. He swelled to 20 times his normal size, his flesh turning into a massive, heavily armored golem of thick, cursed mud. Nej screamed in pure terror, falling to his knees as his brother transformed into a mindless, roaring monster. "Wow! It works!" Sally cheered, clapping her hands. The dark magic item forces the host to absorb all ambient mana and transform into a monster. "Go on, Barrow. Crush that weird kid so I can collect his body parts." The massive mud monster roared, raising a colossal fist to flatten Oliver. But before the monster could strike, the cave entrance violently exploded. A barrage of highly condensed light beams shattered the stone, followed by a deafening, furious scream. Marie Gauche Adlai burst into the cave, his mirror magic flaring with a terrifying, homicidal intensity. His eyes darted around the cavern until they locked onto the sleeping form of his little sister, who was dangerously close to the mud monster's massive feet. "Get your filthy mud away from my angel!" Gauche roared, opening his grimoire. Mirror magic, realize illusion. A massive mirror materialized, firing a lethal beam of light directly at the mud monster's face. The attack blew a hole through the creature's head, but the dark magic immediately rapidly regenerated the mud, closing the wound in seconds. Right behind Gauche, Asta and Sister Teresa sprinted into the cave. Asta had left the mixer the moment he heard Gauche screaming about his sister in the streets. Whoa! That thing is huge! Asta yelled, drawing his heavy demon slayer sword. And it's super ugly. Oliver, still standing near the monster, decided the cave was getting a bit too crowded. He casually walked over to the sleeping Marie, picking her up gently. The mud monster swung a massive arm at him, but Oliver didn't even look. He simply applied absolute bypass, and the muddy arm passed cleanly through him like a ghost. Oliver used a spatial fold, instantly teleporting across the cave and appearing right in front of a frantic Gauche. Here, Oliver said smoothly, handing the sleeping girl to her brother. She's fine. Just taking a nap. Gauche dropped his grimoire, catching Marie in his arms. He hugged her tightly, tears streaming down his pale face. Marie. Oh, thank goodness. You're safe. I'll never let you out of my sight again. I'll lock you in a tower made of diamonds. Asta ran over, grinning. Oliver. You found the bad guys. Leave the big mud thing to me. Asta charged the mud monster with a roar, swinging his heavy anti-magic sword. He cleaved through the monster's leg, turning the cursed mud back into normal dirt. But the sheer volume of the creature made it difficult to completely destroy, and it quickly regenerated from the cavern floor. Sally watched from her floating gel cushion, her eyes shifting from Oliver to Asta. Anti-magic! Sally gasped, her insane smile growing even wider. You have a sword. That cancels magic. Oh, I want you to. I want to lock you in my lab and run experiments on you forever. Asta shivered, deflecting a massive mud fist. Lady, you are seriously creeping me out. Gauche. Stop crying over your sister and help me. Gauche gently handed Marie to Sister Teresa, his face darkening as he turned back to the mud monster. He wiped his tears, a terrifying, cold rage replacing his panic. You kidnapped my sister, Gauche whispered, his mirror eye glowing. You terrified her. You made her sleep on a cold, dirty floor. I am going to murder every single one of you. Oliver walked over to the corner of the cave, sitting down on a large rock. He snapped his fingers, projecting a microscopic, invisible dome of absolute physical nullification over Sister Teresa and the sleeping children. No matter what happened in the fight, not a single drop of mud, stray magic, or collapsing ceiling would touch them. Oliver leaned back, crossing his arms as Asta and Gauche teamed up. Gauche used his mirror magic to create dozens of reflections of Asta, overwhelming the regenerating mud monster with a barrage of anti-magic slashes. It was a perfect display of teamwork. Asta's relentless energy forced Gauche to break out of his selfish shell and fight for someone other than his sister. Within minutes, the mud monster let out a final, agonizing roar as Asta drove the demon slayer sword directly into its core, shattering the dark magic tool. Powering it. The massive mud construct collapsed, leaving a heavily injured, unconscious Barrow in the dirt. We did it! Asta cheered, wiping sweat from his forehead. Sally, floating above the defeated monster, pouted loudly. Ah! You broke my toy! You black bulls are so mean! She reached into her lab coat, pulling out another vial of dark magic. Well, I guess I'll just have to do it myself. Gel. Magic, sticky salamander. A massive, translucent salamander made entirely of highly acidic, dense magical gel erupted from her grimoire. But before she could command it to attack, the temperature in the cave dropped drastically. Not from ice, but from a terrifying, overwhelming presence that made the air itself vibrate. The dark spatial portal behind Sally flared, turning a blinding, brilliant white. A man stepped out of the portal. He had long, braided white hair and wore a pristine white and gold robe. His eyes were calm, but they carried a sorrow and hatred so deep it felt like an ocean. Licht, the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, had arrived. The entire cave fell dead silent. Asta's instincts screamed at him. Ghosh froze, his mirror magic flickering under the sheer, absolute pressure of Licht's divine mana. Sally, that is enough, Licht said, his voice echoing with a strange, dual resonance. You have played long enough. We are leaving. Asta gripped his sword, his arms shaking. Who is that guy? His mana feels like the Wizard King's. Licht looked down at Asta, his eyes locking onto the rusted Demon Slayer sword. A flash of profound pain crossed his face. That grimoire, those swords. Licht whispered, his voice carrying a deadly, quiet fury. They do not belong to you, human. They belong to my friend. Licht raised a single finger. Light magic, ray of divine punishment. A beam of light, moving at literal light speed, shot directly toward Asta's heart. It was too fast for Asta to block. It was too fast for Ghosh to reflect. It was an absolute, lethal strike. But it never hit. Oliver didn't move from his rock. He just sighed. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered. Concept erasure, target, photonic acceleration. The lethal beam of light hit the space 1 inch in front of Asta's chest and completely stopped. It didn't explode. It didn't reflect. It simply hung in the air, its kinetic energy totally erased, turning from a deadly laser into a harmless, glowing streak of suspended light. Licht's eyes widened in absolute shock. He looked past Asta, his gaze landing on the lazy 15-year-old sitting on the rock. Oliver tapped the suspended beam of light with his finger, shattering it like glass. You guys have absolutely no manners, Oliver said smoothly, standing up and dusting off his robe. First you ruin my dinner, and now you're trying to kill my idiot brother. I think it's time you leave, before I get actually annoyed. Chapter 19, The Speed of Light and the Dark Blade. The cavern was perfectly still, illuminated only by the faint, suspended streak of light magic floating harmlessly in front of Oliver. Licht stared at the boy. For the first time since he had awakened in this era, the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun felt a cold, alien sensation creeping into his chest. Fear. Elves were loved by mana. They understood the natural flow of the world better than any human. But when Licht looked at Oliver, the mana in the air didn't just avoid the boy, it seemed to cower from him. What kind of magic is that? Licht asked, his dual-toned voice losing its serene calm. You did not reflect it. You did not absorb it. You simply commanded the light to stop, and it obeyed. That is not the power of a human. I told you, Oliver said, yawning slightly. You guys are too loud. I'm just trying to get some peace and quiet. Licht's eyes narrowed. His ancient hatred flared, masking his temporary shock. The humans of this kingdom are arrogant, twisting magic for their own selfish desires. You are an anomaly. An anomaly that threatens our salvation. I will erase you. Licht raised both hands. The air instantly filled with dozens of glowing, hyper-condensed swords of pure light. Light magic, light swords of conviction. He brought his hands down. The swords fired at Oliver from every conceivable angle, moving at the literal speed of light. To Asta and Ghosh, the attack was completely invisible. They only saw the brilliant flash of illumination. But to Oliver, Thanks to his absolute information comprehension and his countless physical enhancement passives, the light swords appeared to be moving through thick molasses. Oliver didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered. Absolute trajectory control. The moment the light swords reached a 1-foot radius around Oliver, they didn't hit him. They violently curved, their straight trajectories hijacked by Oliver's absolute command over physics. The deadly, blinding swords began to orbit Oliver's body in a perfect, continuous circle, like glowing fireflies trapped in a glass jar. Licht staggered back, his eyes wide with absolute horror. He tried to mentally command his magic to detonate, but his connection to the spell had been completely severed. Sally, watching from the sidelines, squealed with manic delight. "Oh wow! Wow! He stole your magic, Licht! He just took it! I have to dissect him! I have to!" Oliver sighed, looking at the ring of light spinning around him. "This is a bit flashy for my taste." He casually flicked his shoulder. The orbiting light swords instantly shot upward, tearing a massive, perfectly circular hole through the ceiling of the cavern, piercing straight through the bedrock and vanishing into the night sky. Before Licht could attempt another attack, the massive hole in the ceiling widened as a dark, heavy mass plummeted through it. "Sorry I'm late. I was taking a dump, and then a bunch of light swords nearly took off the roof of the outhouse." Yami Sukiro landed in the center of the cavern with a thunderous crash, shaking the very foundation of the mountain. He stood up, puffing on his cigarette, his hand resting on the hilt of his katana. Dark magic leaked from his body like a suffocating black mist. "Captain Yami!" Asta yelled, his eyes sparkling with relief. Yami glanced at Asta, then at Ghosh, and finally at Oliver. "You look like you're awake for once, Oliver. Did you do that weird light trick?" "He shot first," Oliver replied, pointing a thumb at Licht. "I was just acting in self-defense." Yami grinned, a terrifying, predatory smile spreading across his face. "Good. You protected the brats. You can go back to being lazy. I'll take it from here." Yami slowly drew his katana. The dark magic swirled around the blade, absorbing the ambient light in the cavern. "I don't know who you are, glowing guy," Yami said, pointing his sword at Licht. "But you're the boss of these freaks, right? That means cutting you down is my job." Licht's face hardened. His serene mask was completely gone, replaced by a cold, divine fury. "Dark magic. The exact opposite of my light. How fitting that the refuse of the Clover Kingdom wields such a sinister element." Yami didn't waste time talking. He crouched, his leg muscles bulging, and launched himself forward with explosive speed. "Dark magic, dark cloaked lightless slash." He swung his katana, unleashing a massive, compressed wave of absolute darkness. Licht countered instantly, firing a brilliant beam of light. The two contradictory elements collided in the center of the cavern. Unlike the explosive clashes of normal magic, the collision of light and darkness was eerily silent. Yami's dark magic actively absorbed Licht's light, eating away at the divine attack, while the light tried to pierce the darkness. Asta watched in awe. "The captain is so strong, he's fighting on par with that monster." Oliver walked back over to his rock and sat down next to the sleeping children, reinforcing the invisible barrier around them. Yami was incredibly strong, but Licht was faster. Oliver knew this fight was meant to teach Asta about Ki, the natural energy of the body. As Yami and Licht traded high-speed blows, tearing the cavern apart, Yami shouted over the chaos. "Hey, Asta! Watch closely! You can't sense mana, so use your other senses. Feel their life force, their intent. Feel their ki." Asta gasped, his eyes widening as he focused entirely on Yami's movements. The fight was a blur of black and white. Licht was moving at the speed of light, but Yami was anticipating every strike, moving his sword to block before Licht even fired his spells. "It's useless," Licht said, floating high above Yami. "You cannot catch me." Light magic, whip of judgment. A massive, flexible whip of light lashed out, wrapping around the stalactites and tearing the cavern ceiling. Down toward Yami. Yami effortlessly cleaved the falling rocks in half, his dark magic consuming the debris. Oliver checked his pocket watch. The clock was ticking. Yami had the upper hand for now, but the eye of the midnight sun never played fair. Suddenly, the air in the cavern grew unbearably heavy. It wasn't just Licht's divine mana anymore. 3 new, overwhelmingly massive magical signatures erupted from the shadows near the entrance of the cave. The pressure was so intense that Asta fell to his knees, gasping for air. Ghosh's mirror shattered. Even Yami stopped his assault, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the newcomers. Stepping out of the darkness were 3 figures, each radiating a demonic, terrifying aura. A massive, beast-like man with wild hair and fangs, grinning with pure savagery. Veto the despair. A young girl with a blank expression, a third eye opening on her forehead, radiating intense heat. Fana. The hateful. A lazy-looking man scratching his head, his mana constantly shifting and changing. Raya the disloyal. The third eye had arrived. Licht floated down to join them. "You are strong, Yami Sukiro," Licht said coldly. "But you are alone. And my third eye is stronger than any magic knight captain." Veto cracked his knuckles, letting out a roar that shook the mountain. "Despair. I will crush you all into bloody paste and feed you to the beasts." Despair. Yami took a long drag of his cigarette, his face completely calm despite facing 4 mages with captain level or higher magic. He exhaled a cloud of smoke. Smirking. "Alone?" Yami chuckled, pointing his katana over his shoulder at Oliver, Asta, and Ghosh. "I'm not alone. I've got my squad." Oliver sighed, leaning his head back against the cave wall. He had really hoped he could just sit this one out. "Captain," Oliver called out lazily. "Do I get overtime pay for this?" "If we don't die," Yami yelled back, "I'll buy you that steak." Oliver smiled, standing up from his rock. Steak sounded pretty good. Chapter 20, The Third Eye and the Void. The arrival of the third eye plunged the cavern into an atmosphere of absolute despair. Veto the despair radiated a bloodlust so thick it felt like physical weight crushing the lungs of everyone present. Asta struggled to stay on his feet, his knees trembling under the sheer pressure. Even Ghosh, fueled by his protective rage for Marie, found himself paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of the 3 newcomers. Only Yami and Oliver remained unaffected. Yami took a slow drag of his cigarette, his dark magic swirling steadily around his blade. Oliver simply stretched his arms, walking forward with the casual demeanor of a boy heading to a local bakery rather than stepping into a battle against 4 captain-level threats. Veto locked his wild, beast-like eyes onto Asta. "I smell it," the beastman growled, his muscles bulging as a crimson aura flared around him. "That sword. You have the anti-magic. I will break your arms, shatter your legs, and plunge you into absolute despair." Veto did not run. He exploded forward, shattering the stone floor beneath his feet. He crossed the massive cavern in a fraction of a second, his fist coated in dense, destructive beast magic, aimed directly at Asta's head. It was a strike meant to instantly kill. Asta couldn't even raise his sword in time. But Veto's fist never connected. A loud, echoing smack rang out through the cavern. Veto's charge came to a violent, immediate halt. The beastman's eyes widened in shock. Oliver was standing in front of Asta, holding Veto's massive, curse-infused fist with the palm of his left hand. The kinetic energy behind Veto's punch was enough to level a fortress, but Oliver hadn't moved a single inch. The ground beneath Oliver's boots was perfectly intact, the kinetic force entirely absorbed and nullified by Oliver's system. "Is that it?" Oliver asked lazily, looking up at the towering beastman. "You talk a lot about despair, but this punch feels a bit desperate." Veto roared, pulling his fist back and unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of strikes, each one powerful enough to pulverize solid steel. Oliver didn't dodge or weave. He simply raised his hand, casually swatting away every single punch with the bored expression of a man swatting away a persistent mosquito. "Impossible!" Veto snarled, leaping back. "What kind of physical enhancement magic is that?" Raya the Disloyal, watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes. He scratched the back of his head, his spatial magic flickering. "That kid is weird," Raya muttered. "I can't sense a lick of mana on him, but he just caught Veto's punch like it was nothing. Let me see what he's hiding." Raya vanished, using incredibly fast spatial movement to appear directly behind Oliver. Raya's copy magic allowed him to duplicate the spells of any grimoire he touched. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the iron-bound, blank grimoire resting in Oliver's pocket. "Gotcha," Raya smirked. The moment Raya's fingers made contact with Oliver's grimoire, Raya's mind was violently pulled into the abyss. Raya did not see elemental magic. He did not see spells. He was instantly subjected to Oliver's passive absolute void defense. To Raya's magical senses, he had just reached out and touched an infinite, crushing black hole that spanned the entire universe. The sheer scale of the power, the absolute lack of boundary or limit, completely shattered Raya's comprehension. Raya screamed. It wasn't a yell of pain, but a scream of absolute, primal terror. He violently tore his hand away from Oliver's pocket, stumbling backward and falling hard onto the cavern floor. He clutched his chest, hyperventilating, sweat pouring down his face as he stared at Oliver with wide, terrified eyes. "Raya! What happened?" Licht asked, his serene composure breaking as he saw his most laid-back subordinate reduced to a trembling mess. "Don't touch him!" Raya gasped, scrambling backward away from Oliver. "Licht, do not let his magic touch you. That isn't a human. It's a void. It's nothingness." Fana the Hateful stepped forward, her third eye snapping open on her forehead. A massive, overwhelming wave of heat flooded the cave. "I hate him," Fana said. Her voice completely devoid of emotion. "I will burn him to ashes." Spirit magic, Salamander's breath. A colossal torrent of searing, blinding fire erupted from Fana, transforming the entire cavern into an active furnace. The flames roared toward Oliver, threatening to incinerate everything in their path. Yami prepared to step in, raising his katana to absorb the flames with his dark magic, but Oliver raised a finger first. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, thermal conversion. The massive wall of spirit fire slammed into Oliver and instantly vanished. The heat, the light, the destructive force, all of it was smoothly absorbed into Oliver's body and converted into a gentle, pleasant warmth. Oliver let out a satisfied sigh, rolling his shoulders as if he had just stepped out of a hot spring. "Thanks," Oliver said, smiling at Fana. It was getting a bit chilly in here with all the snow outside. Fana's blank expression cracked. The fire spirit salamander, perched on her shoulder, hissed in confusion and fear, shrinking away from the boy who had just eaten its ultimate attack. Licht stared at Oliver, the terrifying reality of the situation finally sinking in. The Eye of the Midnight Sun had spent years gathering power, amassing cursed mana and planning their revenge against the Clover Kingdom. But standing before them was an entity that completely ignored the rules of their reality. Magic did not work on him. Physical force did not work on him. "We are leaving," Licht commanded, his voice tight. "But Licht, we have to crush them!" Veto roared, his pride wounded. "I said we are leaving!" Licht shouted, grabbing Veto's shoulder. "He is an anomaly. We cannot achieve our goal if we are erased here. Voltos! Open the portal!" A massive spatial tear opened behind the third eye. Licht, Fana, and a deeply traumatized Raya stepped through immediately. Veto glared at Oliver one last time. His fangs bared. "I will remember you, Void Child." Veto promised before stepping into the dark magic, the portal snapping shut behind him. The oppressive, suffocating pressure in the cavern instantly vanished, leaving only the sound of dripping water and Ghosh's heavy breathing. Asta dropped his sword, his arms completely numb. "They ran away?" "The strongest guys just ran away from Oliver." Yami sheathed his katana, walking over to Oliver and clapping a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder. "Good job being a terrifying freak of nature. You saved me a lot of sweating." Suddenly, the entrance to the cave was blown wide open by a massive barrage of combined magic. Stepping through the smoke were 3 magic knight captains, Nozel Silva, Charlotte Rosalie, and Jack the Ripper. They had tracked Licht's mana from the capital and rushed here to assist. "Where is the leader of the Midnight Sun?" Nozel demanded, his liquid mercury floating around him in a deadly array. "We are here to execute him." Yami picked his ear lazily. "You guys are late. The party is over." "They got scared and ran home." "Scared?" Jack the Ripper laughed, a manic sound. "The people who attacked the capital got scared of the Black Bulls? Don't make me slice you, Yami." "I am serious," Yami grunted. "Anyway, the mission is over. We saved the kids." Oliver ignored the arguing captains. He turned to Yami, tapping his pocket watch. "You promised me a steak, Captain. And considering I just scared off 4 captain-level threats, I expect it to be a very expensive steak." Yami sighed, rubbing his temples. Yet. I know a place in the capital. But if you order the most expensive thing on the menu, I am making you clean the toilets for a month." Oliver smiled, walking past the bewildered captains of the Clover Kingdom. "I will take my chances." Chapter 21, The Expensive Steak and the Seabed Summons. The arrival of the 3 magic knight captains in the frozen cavern was met with a profound, incredibly awkward silence. Jack the Ripper was scraping his mantis-like magical blades together, looking around for something to cut. Nozel Silva had his arms crossed, his silver braid twitching with irritation, while Charlotte Rosalie carefully avoided looking directly at Yami. "You expect us to believe that the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun simply ran away?" Nozel demanded, his cold eyes sweeping over the Black Bulls. "He had the power to breach the capital's defenses, yet he fled from the worst squad in the Clover Kingdom? Preposterous. I don't care what you believe, Braid Boy," Yami yawned, scratching his stomach. "They were here. We fought. Then a bunch of his creepy friends showed up, realized we were too much of a hassle, and opened a portal. Deal with it." Jack grinned a manic, terrifying smile, stepping toward Oliver. "Hey, kid. The dark magic user over there said you scared them off. You don't look very scary. In fact, you don't feel like anything at all. Let me test how tough you are." Jack raised his arm, preparing to unleash a severing magic slash that could cut through mountains. Oliver didn't blink. He just pointed a finger at Yami. "Captain, if he cuts my uniform, you have to buy me 2 steaks." Yami's eyes widened in horror. "Jack, knock it off!" Yami roared, grabbing Jack by the collar. "Do you have any idea how much meat this kid can eat? You're going to bankrupt me." Charlotte sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. This is ridiculous. The enemy has escaped, the children are safe, and the black bulls are arguing about dinner. We are returning to the capital to report to the Wizard King. As the captains turned to leave, Nozel glanced back at Oliver. The Silver Royal possessed sharp instincts. He knew Yami wasn't the type to lie about a battle's outcome to protect his own ego. If Yami implied this boy had a hand in repelling Licht, there was something deeply wrong with him. Nozel filed the information away, vowing to keep an eye on the anomaly. 2 hours later, the Black Bulls were seated in one of the most exclusive, high-end steakhouses in the royal capital. Yami had grudgingly paid the entrance fee, his soul practically leaving his body as he handed over a pouch of gold coins. Ghosh sat at the end of the table, feeding tiny pieces of premium beef to Marie, completely ignoring everyone else. Asta was rapidly inhaling plates of food, shouting about how the meat tasted like victory. Oliver sat quietly, a perfectly cooked, obscenely expensive cut of prime Wagyu beef resting on his plate. "Eat up, rookies," Yami grumbled, nursing a bottle of sake. "Because tomorrow, you're all doing 1,000 push-ups and scrubbing the base from top to bottom." Oliver took a bite of his steak. It was excellent. However, to achieve absolute culinary perfection, he subtly activated matter reconstruction, rearranging the molecular structure of the salt and fat to hit the absolute peak of human taste reception. He smiled lazily, taking another bite. As they ate, the midnight chime echoed perfectly in Oliver's mind. System notification. Day 5664 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept. Magic, absolute environmental adaptation. Oliver mentally reviewed the skill. Absolute environmental adaptation meant his body would instantly and perfectly acclimate to any physical environment. If he stepped into a volcano, his body would adapt to thrive in magma. If he stepped into the vacuum of space, he wouldn't need oxygen. If he went deep underwater, the crushing pressure and lack of air would be completely nullified. Oliver took another sip of his water. Underwater, hey? He thought to himself. Looks like the seabed temple is next on the itinerary. The next morning, the Black Bull's headquarters was back to its usual state of explosive chaos. Magna and Luck were blowing up the courtyard, Noelle was practicing her water magic and failing miserably, and Asta was doing one-handed handstands while reading a book on magic theory. Yami emerged from his room, looking incredibly hungover. "Finral. Open a portal to the capital. The Wizard King wants to see me and the rookies. And bring the quiet one." Finral quickly opened the spatial portal and Yami, Asta, Noelle, and Oliver stepped through, appearing right outside Julius Navacrano's office. When they entered, Julius was standing by the window, a serious expression completely replacing his usual childlike demeanor. On his desk lay a map of the Clover Kingdom and its surrounding territories. "Welcome, Black Bulls," Julius said, turning to face them. "You did excellent work in Neen Town. Saving those children and confronting the Eye of the Midnight Sun provided us with vital information." Asta saluted energetically. "Thank you, Wizard King. I will keep surpassing my limits." Julius smiled fondly at Asta, then his gaze drifted to Oliver. The Wizard King's eyes narrowed slightly, still unable to read a single thread of mana or time around the boy. He decided not to push the issue for now. "We have a serious problem," Julius continued, pointing to the map. "The Eye of the Midnight Sun is searching for magic stones. These are ancient, incredibly dangerous artifacts. We cannot allow them to gather the complete set. Thanks to a captured rogue mage, we have identified the location of one of the remaining stones." Julius tapped a spot on the map, far off the coast of the Clover Kingdom, in the middle of a swirling, treacherous ocean current. It is located in the seabed temple, Julius explained. An underwater civilization hidden deep beneath the rocky coast. The mana currents there are so violent and chaotic that normal magic knights cannot even reach it. The water pressure alone would crush a submarine. Noel gasped. The seabed temple? I thought that was just a myth. It is very real, Julius said. And because of the unique, intense magical barrier surrounding it, those with massive, refined mana pools, like the Captain's or the Golden Dawn, cannot easily pass through without triggering the temple's automated defenses. We need a squad of unconventional mages. Mages who can bypass or endure the chaotic currents. Julius looked directly at Yami. I am officially assigning this mission to the Black Bulls. Retrieve the magic stone before the eye of the midnight sun gets there. Yami sighed, blowing out a cloud of smoke. An underwater temple in a chaotic magic zone. Sounds like a massive pain in the neck. But we'll get it done. Asta pumped his fists. Underwater. I can't wait to see what kind of strong guys live down there. We'll get that stone, Wizard King. Julius smiled, but his expression remained grave. Be careful. The people of the seabed temple are isolated and fiercely protective of their home. And the eye of the midnight sun will likely send their strongest forces. Do not underestimate them. As they walked out of the office and back through Finral's portal, Noelle looked incredibly anxious. Captain, Noelle said, her voice trembling slightly. How are we supposed to get underwater? Normal. Water magic can't withstand a strong magic region's currents. We'll drown before we even see the temple. Yami grinned, a terrifying look in his eyes. That's why we have you, royalty. You're a water mage. You're going to learn a spell to carry us all down there. We are heading to the beach at Raki tomorrow for a training camp. You have 1 week to figure it out, or we all die. No pressure. Noelle turned completely pale, realizing the lives of the entire squad were about to be placed directly onto her shoulders. Oliver walked past her, patting her lightly on the shoulder. Don't worry, princess. If we start drowning, I'll just ask the ocean to be polite. Noelle glared at him, her anxiety temporarily replaced by annoyance. You can't just ask the ocean to stop moving. Oliver offered a lazy smile, his new absolute environmental adaptation skill sitting comfortably in his system vault. You'd be surprised what you can do if you just ask nicely, Oliver replied, heading toward the kitchen. Now, who wants to help me pack? I hear the seafood in Raki is amazing. Chapter 22, The Beach Training and the Sea Dragon's Cradle. The coastal town of Raki was famous for two things, its breathtaking, pristine beaches and the violently chaotic magical ocean currents that surrounded it. The Black Bulls arrived at the white sandy beach under the blazing afternoon sun. For most squads, this would be a high-stakes training camp. For the Black Bulls, it looked exactly like a chaotic vacation. Asta was currently doing one-handed push-ups in the shallow water, screaming about ocean resistance. Magna and Luck were playing a terrifying game of beach volleyball using a highly condensed, exploding fireball. Finral was attempting to flirt with a group of local girls passing by, while Yami sat under a large umbrella, drinking a bottle of sake and reading a newspaper. Oliver lay on a comfortable lounge chair, wearing sunglasses and sipping juice from a freshly cracked coconut. Thanks to his absolute environmental adaptation, the sweltering heat of the sun felt like a perfectly regulated, gentle breeze against his skin. He didn't sweat, he didn't burn, and he was entirely at peace. Over by the shoreline, Noelle Silva was not at peace. She stood knee-deep in the ocean, her grimoire floating in front of her. She was sweating profusely, her face twisted in intense concentration. She thrust her hands forward, attempting to shape the massive amount of water magic she possessed into a stable, spherical barrier. Water creation magic, sea dragons. Before she could finish the spell, the water violently destabilized. The sphere collapsed in on itself, exploding outward and drenching Noelle from head to toe. She fell to her knees in the surf, coughing and shivering despite the heat. Damn it! Noelle yelled, slamming her fist into the water. Why can't I hold it together? It's just a simple shape. Yami lowered his newspaper, looking at her with his usual blunt expression. You're thinking too much, royalty. You have more mana than all of these idiots combined, but you're trying to force it into a box. Water flows. It doesn't sit still unless you give it a reason to. You have 6 days left, or we're finding a new squad member. Noelle gritted her teeth, tears of frustration pricking the corners of her eyes. She stood up, raising her grimoire again, but her hands were shaking. The pressure of knowing her entire squad's survival depended on her magic was actively disrupting her control. Oliver watched her from over the rim of his sunglasses. He could easily use his absolute fluid manipulation, a skill he had passively acquired months ago, to carry them all down to the seabed temple. He could literally part the ocean like Moses. But if he did that, Noelle would never overcome her psychological block. She needed to learn how to control her massive mana, or she would never survive the battles to come. Take a break, princess, Oliver called out lazily, tossing a spare coconut perfectly through the air so it landed gently in the sand beside her. You're trying to build a house by screaming at the bricks. I don't need your advice, peasant. Noelle snapped, though she gratefully picked up the coconut. I just need more practice. As Noelle stubbornly returned to her training, the sun began to set, casting a brilliant orange glow over the chaotic ocean. The rest of the squad eventually collapsed from exhaustion, gathering around a campfire Yami had started. Noelle slipped away, walking further down the beach to a secluded cove where the waves crashed violently against jagged rocks. She needed to focus without Asta yelling or Oliver watching her with that infuriatingly calm expression. She raised her grimoire, preparing to try again, when a sound stopped her cold. It was a voice. A beautiful, clear, melodic singing voice echoing over the roar of the ocean. Noelle climbed a large rock and looked down. Standing on the shoreline, wearing a strange mask and a dress adorned with seashells, was a young girl with dark hair. She was singing a song that seemed to resonate with the very mana of the sea, calming the turbulent waves around her. Who are you? Noelle asked, stepping forward. The girl stopped singing, turning around with a bright, entirely unbothered smile. She pulled the mask off her face. Hi. I'm Kahano. I come here sometimes to practice my singing. You have a lot of magic, don't you? But it's all wobbly. Wobbly. Noelle bristled, her royal pride flaring. I am Noelle Silva of the Clover Kingdom. My magic is not wobbly. I am just having a slight issue with structural integrity. Kahano giggled, completely ignoring Noelle's attitude. She leaped up the rocks with surprising agility, landing right next to Noelle. You're trying to make a big bubble, right? I was watching you earlier. You're too stiff. Magic is like singing. It needs a rhythm, a flow, and a feeling. A feeling? Noelle asked, confused. Yet. Kahano beamed. What are you thinking about when you try to make the bubble? Noelle looked down at the dark water. I'm thinking about not failing. I'm thinking about how my siblings call me a failure, and how I can't let my squad die because of my incompetence. Kahano shook her head, tapping Noelle on the forehead. That's the problem. You're filling your magic with fear and pressure. Water responds to emotion. If you want to protect your friends, you have to focus on how much you want to protect them, not how scared you are of failing them. Noelle's eyes widened. She thought of Asta, who never gave up. She thought of Magna and Luck, who always fought for her. She even thought of Oliver, who, despite his lazy attitude, had stood in front of a captain-level threat to protect them. The Black Bulls were the first people who had ever accepted her. Kahano smiled, stepping back. Try it again. But this time, sing your own song. From the top of the cliff overlooking the cove, Oliver sat cross-legged, perfectly concealed by his passive sensory manipulation. His absolute information comprehension had immediately identified Kahano. She was a priestess of the seabed temple, sneaking up to the surface to play. Oliver smiled softly as he watched Noelle close her eyes. Down below, Noelle took a deep breath. She didn't think about her abusive siblings. She didn't think about the crushing ocean pressure. She thought about the chaotic, wonderful family she had found in the Black Bulls. Water creation magic. Noelle whispered, her grimoire glowing with a brilliant, pure blue light. Sea Dragon's Cradle. A massive surge of mana erupted from her body. But this time, it didn't explode. The water swirled in a perfect, harmonious rhythm, expanding outward and forming a massive, flawless, translucent sphere of dense magical water. It was perfectly stable, large enough to comfortably hold a dozen people, and practically hummed with protective energy. I did it! Noelle gasped, her eyes shining with tears of joy. I actually did it! Kahano clapped loudly. Wow! That's amazing! You're a natural, Noelle! Oliver stood up from the cliff, brushing the sand off his pants. He turned back toward the campfire. The transport was secured. The seabed temple arc was officially a go. As Oliver walked back, the midnight chime rang clearly in his mind. System notification. Day 5665 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept. Magic, absolute hydrostatic equilibrium. Oliver chuckled. Absolute hydrostatic equilibrium. The ability to perfectly balance and control the crushing pressure of any deep water environment. Even if Noelle's spell broke at the bottom of the ocean, Oliver could simply freeze the pressure, preventing the squad from being crushed. Perfect timing, Oliver muttered, looking out at the dark, treacherous ocean. I wonder if they have good sushi down there. Chapter 23, The Descent and the Temple of the Sea. The morning of the descent arrived with an ominous shift in the weather. The sky over Rocky Beach turned a bruised, stormy grey, and the ocean, already chaotic from the strong magic region, boiled with violent, massive waves. The Black Bulls stood at the edge of the shoreline, staring out at the churning, treacherous water. The ocean didn't just look dangerous, the ambient mana in the air was so thick it felt like trying to breathe underwater. Are we seriously going down there? Finral asked, his face entirely pale. If Noelle's spell breaks, we'll be crushed into paste in a millisecond. Yami exhaled a cloud of smoke, slapping Finral hard on the back. Stop whining. We have a mission. And if we die, I'm going to kill you. Asta drew his heavy demon slayer sword, pointing it at the raging sea. I'm ready. Let's go beat up the ocean. Noelle stepped forward, her grimoire floating open. Her hands trembled slightly, but her eyes were filled with the calm resolve she had found the night before. Everyone, gather around, she commanded, her royal authority finally sounding natural. The squad huddled together. Noelle took a deep breath, visualizing the protective feelings she held for her chaotic squad mates. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Cradle. A brilliant blue light erupted from her grimoire. A massive, perfectly spherical dome of dense magical water materialized, entirely enveloping the Black Bulls. The interior of the sphere was dry and filled with breathable air, while the dense outer shell provided a flawless barrier against the chaotic magic of the ocean. Magna whistled, adjusting his sunglasses. Not bad, royalty. Not bad at all. Noelle blushed, looking away. Humph. Of course it's not bad. I am a Silva, after all. Yami nodded approvingly. Good. Now, take us down. Noelle directed the massive sphere into the violent surf. The moment the sea dragon's cradle submerged, the true terror of the strong magic region became apparent. The ocean wasn't just water, it was a chaotic maelstrom of intersecting magical currents. Massive, unnatural whirlpools threatened to tear the sphere apart. Noelle gritted her teeth, pouring her massive mana pool into the spell to maintain its structural integrity. The sphere shook violently, but it held. As they descended deeper, the sunlight faded, replaced by the eerie, bioluminescent glow of strange, deep-sea magical beasts. A massive creature resembling a shark with 6 eyes and glowing blue stripes lunged at the sphere. Asta! Yami yelled. Right on it! Asta roared. He swung his sword, perfectly timing his strike. The anti-magic blade passed entirely through the water barrier without breaking the spell, cleaving the magical beast in half before it could shatter the cradle. Oliver sat cross-legged near the edge of the sphere, entirely unbothered by the violent turbulence. His new absolute hydrostatic equilibrium skill was passively active, silently ensuring that even the micro-fluctuations in pressure caused by the chaotic currents were perfectly nullified around the squad. To Noelle, it felt as though the deep ocean pressure was suddenly much more manageable than she had calculated. She attributed it to her own adrenaline, completely unaware of the invisible, godlike safety net surrounding her. After an hour of tense, exhausting descent, the chaotic currents suddenly smoothed out. The pitch-black water gave way to a massive, glowing expanse. Look! Asta shouted, pressing his face against the water barrier. Lying at the bottom of the ocean, encased in an impossibly massive, shimmering magical barrier, was an entire city. Glowing coral structures, pearl-white temples, and winding streets were illuminated by giant, bioluminescent crystals. Mermaids and humans with aquatic features swam gracefully through the barrier, entirely untouched by the violent ocean above. The seabed temple. We made it, Noelle gasped, her mana nearly depleted. She guided the sea dragon's cradle through the outer barrier of the temple. As they passed through, the water pressure vanished entirely, replaced by a massive pocket of breathable air that encapsulated the entire city. The sphere dissipated, dropping the black bowls onto the pearl-paved streets of the temple. Asta immediately started running around, his eyes wide. Whoa! It's an underwater city! Look at it! The fish people! Before Asta could harass the locals, a squad of temple guards warriors wearing armor made of hardened coral and carrying tridents surrounded them. Intruders! A guard yelled, pointing his trident at Yami. Surface dwellers are forbidden in the seabed temple. Surrender immediately. Yami didn't even draw his sword. He just picked his ear. Listen, fish guy. We're magic knights from the Clover Kingdom. The Wizard King sent us to talk to your boss about a magic stone. Take us to him, or I'm going to start breaking things. The guards hesitated, intimidated by Yami's dark, overwhelming aura. But before the situation could escalate, a massive, booming voice echoed through the streets. Oh ho! Surface dwellers! And they want my magic stone! How exciting! A tall, incredibly muscular old man with a long white beard and a crown of seashells descended from the highest temple, riding on the back of a large magical manta ray. This was Gifso, the high priest of the seabed temple. Grandpa! Kahano, the girl Noelle had met on the beach, suddenly popped out from behind a coral pillar, waving excitedly at Noelle. Hi, Noelle! You made it! Noel blinked in shock. Kahano? You live here? Gifso stroked his beard, laughing loudly. So, my granddaughter has already made friends with you. Excellent. You magic knights are here for the magic stone, yes? I know all about the Eye of the Midnight Sun and their little plan. I have the stone safe and sound. Asta pumped his fist. Great. So you'll give it to us? Gifso's smile widened into a mischievous, competitive grin. Give it to you? Absolutely not. The people of the Seabed Temple love a good game. If you want the magic stone, you must play my game. Yami sighed, putting a hand on his katana. I really hate games. How about I just beat you up and take it? Gifso laughed again, completely unfazed. You can try, Captain of the Black Bulls. But if you do, I will shatter the stone myself. No, if you want it, your squad must participate in the temple battle royale. Gifso raised his staff. My 10 strongest priests against your squad. The battlefield will be the entire temple complex. The first side to defeat all the opposing members wins. If you win, the stone is yours. Luck Voltia practically vibrated out of his skin, lightning exploding around him. A battle royale. Against 10 super strong underwater mages. Yes. Yes. Captain, please let us do it. Yami rubbed his temples. Fine. We play your stupid game, old man. Gifso slammed his staff into the ground. A massive, complex spatial magic array lit up beneath the feet of the Black Bulls. Excellent. Let the game begin. The rules are simple. Fight until you can't fight anymore. The spatial array flared. Asta, Noel, Magna, Luck, and Finral were instantly teleported, scattered across different sectors of the massive temple complex. The light faded, leaving only Yami, Gifso, and Oliver standing in the central plaza. Gifso blinked, looking at Yami, then at Oliver. Wait. Why are there 2 of you left? The spatial spell was supposed to teleport all the participants, leaving only the captain here to watch with me. Yami looked at Oliver, raising an eyebrow. Why didn't you get teleported? Oliver pulled his hands out of his pockets, stretching lazily. His passive absolute bypass had automatically identified the forced spatial teleportation as a hostile trap and simply ignored it. I guess the spell missed me, Oliver lied smoothly. Gifso frowned, tapping his staff. My spatial magic never misses. You must have an incredibly weak mana pool to have slipped through the array's targeting system. Very well. You may stay here and watch with your captain. The weak should not participate in a battle of warriors anyway. Oliver smiled. He had absolutely no desire to run around a coral maze fighting priests. Sounds like a great plan. Do you guys have any snacks up here? Gifso laughed, summoning a floating table filled with exotic, deep-sea delicacies. Of course. We shall watch the battles on the magical monitors and eat. Yami sat down on a conjured coral throne, grabbing a strange-looking crab leg. Don't think you got out of this, Oliver. If my idiots start losing, I'm throwing you in there myself. I'll keep that in mind, Captain, Oliver said, picking up a piece of perfectly sliced blue tuna. As Oliver ate, he looked up at the massive magical monitors displaying the different battles. Beginning across the temple, Asta was already fighting a priest who used shark magic. Luck was happily electrocuting a man with octopus magic. The game had begun. But Oliver's absolute information comprehension was already focused far beyond the temple walls. High above the ocean, descending rapidly through the chaotic currents, was an overwhelming, monstrous mass of pure despair-infused mana. Veto the despair had found them. And he wasn't here to play a game. Chapter 24, The Despair of the Deep. The magical monitors floating in the Central Plaza displayed the various skirmishes unfolding across the seabed temple. Gifso sat on his coral throne, laughing boisterously as he watched his priests engage the black bulls. "Look at that!" Gifso cheered, pointing a large finger at one of the screens. "Your lightning boy is fast, Captain Yami, but my priest's octopus magic is incredibly flexible. He cannot land a decisive blow. And your loud anti-magic boy is struggling against the shark currents. My temple guards are the elite of the elite." Yami took a long drag of his cigarette, completely unimpressed. Yet. Give it 5 minutes. My idiots are just warming up. They thrive on getting beaten up first." Oliver sat cross-legged on a floating cushion, dipping a piece of raw sea urchin into a small dish of soy sauce he had manifested from his pocket. The seafood here really was top tier. The ambient mana of the ocean enhanced the flavor profile of the fish, making it incredibly rich. On the screens, the tide was already turning. Luck, laughing maniacally, used his lightning to electrify the entire pool of water the octopus priest was hiding in, instantly knocking the man out. Asta, completely ignoring the complex magical currents of the shark priest, simply swung his massive sword and brute forced his way through the water, knocking the guard through a coral wall. "What?" Gifso gasped, his beard twitching. "They broke through the ocean defenses with raw power." "I told you," Yami smirked. "We're the Black Bulls. We don't do things the normal way." Suddenly, the massive magical monitors flickered violently. The bright, bioluminescent glow of the seabed temple dimmed, and a deep, terrifying tremor shook the entire underwater city. The pearl-paved streets cracked, and the coral structures groaned under immense pressure. "What is happening?" Gifso demanded, standing up from his throne. "The outer barrier is fluctuating. Something is trying to break in." Oliver stopped eating. He put his chopsticks down and looked up toward the ceiling of the massive air pocket. His absolute information comprehension had already mapped the intruder. "It's not trying to break in," Oliver said calmly, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "It's already here." A deafening explosion echoed through the cavernous city. High above the central plaza, the impenetrable magical barrier of the seabed temple shattered like fragile glass. A massive vortex of chaotic ocean water poured into the city, but it was quickly forced back by an overwhelming, suffocating aura of pure, murderous mana. Plummeting from the breach in the barrier was Veto the Despair, his beast-like face twisted in a savage, bloodthirsty grin. Behind him dropped a dozen rogue mages of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, laughing as they invaded the peaceful sanctuary. Veto slammed into the ground of the temple complex with the force of a meteor, obliterating a massive coral building and sending a shockwave that knocked several temple priests off their feet. "Despair!" Veto's voice boomed, amplified by his monstrous mana, echoing into every corner of the underwater city. "I am Veto of the Third Eye. We have come for the magic stone. Magic Knights. Temple dwellers, it does not matter. I will crush your hopes, break your bodies, and drown you in absolute despair." Gifso's face turned completely pale. The Eye of the Midnight Sun. How did they bypass the chaotic currents of the strong magic region? Yami drew his katana, his dark magic flaring to life. "Who cares how they got here? That beast guy is mine. I didn't get to finish cutting him in." The snow cave. Yami bent his knees, preparing to launch himself directly at Veto's location. But before Yami could move, the space around the central plaza violently distorted. A cube of dark, swirling spatial magic materialized out of thin air, completely enclosing Yami, Gifso, and Oliver within a massive, transparent cage. Standing on top of the spatial cage was a rogue mage wearing the white cloak of the Midnight Sunday. "I am the spatial mage, Gari," the rogue announced, sneering down at them. "Lord Veto ordered me to isolate the strongest fighters. This is a specialized spatial lockdown. You cannot break it, and you cannot leave. The game is now ours. Yami narrowed his eyes. He swung his katana, unleashing a dark cloaked lightless slash directly at the barrier. The wave of dark magic hit the spatial wall, but instead of cutting it, the darkness was seamlessly absorbed and redirected to the other side of the cube, completely nullified. Yami clicked his tongue. A spatial loop. Any magic I throw at it just gets sent to the opposite wall. It's a localized infinite space. How annoying! Gifso panicked, slamming his staff against the barrier. No. My people are out there. That beast will slaughter them. Captain Yami, you must break this. I'm trying, old man, Yami grunted, putting his sword over his shoulder. But dark magic takes time to cut through complex spatial dimensions. Oliver walked up to the edge of the spatial barrier. He raised his hand, his fingers casually brushing against the swirling magical wall. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept erasure, target, spatial boundaries. A microscopic, invisible pulse of energy radiated from Oliver's fingertips. He didn't erase the entire cage, but he instantly severed the spatial loop maintaining the specific section his hand was touching. To him, the unbreakable, infinite barrier was about as sturdy as a wet paper towel. I can pop this thing right now, Captain, Oliver said lazily, looking back at Yami. I can erase the cage, teleport us to the beast guy, and turn him into a very confused pile of dust in about 3 seconds. Gifso's eyes widened. You can. Then do it, boy. Save my temple. But Yami held up a hand. Wait. Yami looked at the magical monitors, which were still broadcasting the different areas of the temple. Veto's subordinates were fanning out, engaging the temple guards and the scattered members of the Black Bulls. Magna and Luck had already teamed up and were sprinting directly toward the massive magical signature of Veto himself. Asta was rushing to intercept a group of rogue mages heading for the civilian shelters. Noel was fiercely defending Kahano from an ambush. Yami took a drag of his cigarette, his dark eyes locked onto his squad. Don't pop it yet, Oliver, Yami said, his voice deadly serious. What? Gifso screamed, grabbing his beard in frustration. Are you insane? Your subordinates are facing a monster that radiates the mana of a magic knight captain. They will be slaughtered. They need this, Yami replied, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. My idiots are strong, but they're raw. They rely on instinct and dumb luck. If they want to survive in this kingdom, if they want to stand at the top, they have to learn how to fight monsters that are stronger than them. They have to learn how to surpass their limits when absolute despair is staring them in the face. Yami looked at Oliver. You've been carrying the heavy lifting lately, kid. Sitting back and letting them take the hits is going to suck, but it's the only way they grow. Oliver looked at the monitors. He saw Magna and Luck, 2 peasants who loved to fight, standing side by side as Veto crashed into their sector. He saw Asta, entirely magicless, charging headfirst into a barrage of enemy spells. Oliver dropped his hand from the barrier, shoving it back into his pocket. He walked back to his floating cushion and sat down. All right, Captain, Oliver said, picking up a piece of squid. We'll do it your way. Let them fight. Gifso fell to his knees in despair, weeping for his temple. You Black Bulls are all insane. You are treating a massacre like a training exercise. Yami sat back down on his coral throne, his eyes never leaving the screens. Don't underestimate my squad, old man. They don't know how to quit. On the monitor displaying the eastern sector of the temple, the situation was already escalating. Magna and Luck stood in a ruined courtyard, the coral structures around them completely obliterated by Veto's landing. The beastman towered over them, radiating a suffocating, bloodthirsty aura. Veto grinned, showing off his razor-sharp fangs. Two little bugs. Where is the boy with the anti-magic sword? I want to crush his hope first. Luck stepped forward, his entire body sparking with violent, manic lightning. He didn't look scared. He looked ecstatic. Magna stood beside him, adjusting his sunglasses, his flaming bat resting on his shoulder. Hey, beast guy! Magna shouted, pointing his bat at Veto. I don't care what kind of freaky animal magic you have. We're the Black Bulls. And we're going to roast you. Luck laughed, his grimoire flipping open rapidly. He's so strong, Magna. I can feel my skin crawling. I'm going to go all out from the start. Lightning magic, thunder gods. Boots. Magna's grimoire glowed a blinding red. Flame magic, exploding fireball. The two peasants launched themselves at the monster. Up in the spatial cage. Yami watched his boys charge into the jaws of death, a proud smirk on his face. Oliver took a bite of his squid. He kept his absolute information comprehension fully locked onto Magna and Luck's vital signs. Yami wanted them to grow, and Oliver respected that. But Oliver had already made a silent promise to himself. The moment Veto's fist threatened to deal a truly fatal, irreversible blow to any of his squad mates, Oliver would shatter the cage. And erase the beastman from the timeline, plot development be damned. Show me what you've got, guys, Oliver whispered, his eyes on the screen. Don't let me down. Chapter 25, The Flame, the Lightning, and the Beast. The ruined courtyard of the eastern sector was an absolute war zone. The pearl-paved floor was shattered into thousands of jagged pieces, and the ambient water of the temple boiled from the sheer heat of the ongoing battle. Luck Voltia was a blur of crackling blue electricity. He bounced off the coral walls at blinding speeds, his thunder god boots propelling him like a ricocheting bullet. He launched a flurry of electrified kicks directly at Veto's head. Laughing the entire time. Magna Swing provided the heavy artillery. He stood his ground, swinging his flaming bat with everything he had, launching a relentless barrage of exploding fireballs that detonated against Veto's chest in massive plumes of red fire. Up in the spatial cage, Gifso watched the monitor with his jaw hanging open. Incredible. They are just peasants, but their coordination and raw magical output are pushing back a member of the Third Eye. Yami smirked, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Like I said, old man. They're my idiots. Oliver watched the screen closely, but his absolute information comprehension told a different story. Magna and Luck were burning through their mana reserves at a suicidal rate. Their attacks were perfectly coordinated, and their speed was phenomenal, but their kinetic output wasn't piercing the target's dense magical defense. On the screen, the smoke from Magna's fireballs cleared. Veto stood perfectly still in the center of the crater. His clothes were singed, and there were small burn marks on his arms, but his beast-like grin was entirely intact. A thick, crimson aura of beast magic pulsed around him, instantly healing the minor scratches Luck and Magna had inflicted. Is that it? Veto rumbled, his voice vibrating with raw, bloodthirsty power. Is this the limit of your hope? How disappointing. Veto did not cast a visible spell. He simply crouched and exploded forward. The beastman moved faster than Luck's lightning. He appeared directly in front of the smiling lightning mage, his massive fist coated in a dense, crimson aura. Luck's eyes widened. His combat instincts screamed at him to dodge, but his body couldn't react in time. Veto's fist slammed into Luck's ribs with the force of a falling meteor. The sound of shattering bone echoed through the courtyard. Luck coughed up blood, his lightning magic violently short-circuiting as he was sent flying through the air, crashing through 3 solid coral pillars before collapsing in a heap of rubble. Luck! Magna screamed, his eyes widening in horror behind his sunglasses. You bastard! Magna swung his bat, pouring every remaining drop of his mana into a single, massive fireball. Take this! Flame magic, maximum exploding fireball. The massive sphere of fire roared toward Veto, carrying enough heat to vaporize a building. Veto didn't dodge. He simply raised his hand and swatted the fireball away like a nuisance. The spell deflected off his bare skin, exploding harmlessly against the cavern ceiling. Before Magna could even process the absolute failure of his ultimate attack, Veto was in his face. Despair, Veto whispered. Veto grabbed Magna by the face, lifting the delinquent completely off the ground. He slammed Magna face first into the pearl pavement, the impact cracking the bedrock. Veto then kicked Magna in the stomach, launching him across the courtyard to land directly next to the broken, bleeding body of Luck. Up in the spatial cage, Gifso covered his eyes. It's a massacre. They cannot win. Captain Yami, we must do something. Yami gripped the hilt of his katana, his knuckles turning white. His jaw was clenched so tight his cigarette nearly snapped in half. He hated watching his squad get beaten, but he knew the rules of the battlefield. If they gave up here, they would never survive the new world. Oliver sat up straight, placing his plate of seafood aside. His eyes locked onto the monitor. Magna's ribs were shattered. Luck's internal organs were heavily bruised. They were at the absolute limit of human endurance. Down in the courtyard, Veto laughed, the sound echoing with pure malice. Look at yourselves. Broken. Defeated. This is the reality of the weak. Your hopes are crushed. Now, grovel in absolute despair before I end your miserable lives. But Veto's laughter slowly faded. From the rubble, a weak, crackling sound emerged. Luck Voltia, bleeding from his head and clutching his shattered ribs, slowly forced himself to his feet. The manic, battle-crazy smile was gone from his face, replaced by a look of fierce, unyielding determination. His blue lightning sparked violently, fueled not by excitement, but by sheer willpower. Next to him, Magna Swing coughed up a mouthful of blood. His sunglasses were shattered, and his right arm hung limply at his side. But he gripped his grimoire with his left hand, forcing himself to stand shoulder to shoulder with Luck. His flames flickered back to life, burning with a desperate, intense heat. Veto frowned, genuinely confused. Why do you stand? You have no magic left. Your bodies are broken. There is no hope for you. We're not done, Magna panted, a bloody grin spreading across his face. We're the Black Bulls. We don't know how to give up. Luck raised his hand, placing it on Magna's shoulder. His lightning began to intertwine perfectly with Magna's fire, the two elements feeding off each other, creating an incredibly volatile, highly unstable mass of pure, destructive energy. Veto's eyes widened. A combined spell? They are merging their remaining life force with their magic. We might be peasants, Magna yelled, the combined spell expanding into a massive, swirling vortex of fire and lightning. But we're going to show you the guts of the Black Bulls. Flame lightning magic, exploding cannon. Magna and Luck thrust their hands forward, unleashing a colossal, blinding beam of combined elements. The attack tore through the courtyard, evaporating the water and melting the coral as it blasted directly toward Veto. It was a perfect, flawless attack born from absolute trust between comrades. The beam engulfed Veto completely, resulting in a massive, blinding explosion that shook the entire seabed temple. A huge cloud of steam and smoke blanketed the courtyard. Magna and Luck fell to their knees, completely drained, gasping for air. Did we get him? Magna whispered, his vision blurring. Up in the spatial cage, Gifso cheered. They did it. What a magnificent attack. But Oliver didn't smile. He could feel the mana inside the smoke. It hadn't decreased. It had mutated. The smoke in the courtyard violently dispersed, blown away by a heavy, suffocating wave of dark, cursed mana. Veto stood in the crater. Half of his body was severely burned, his flesh charred by the combined attack. But in the center of his forehead, a grotesque, demonic third eye suddenly snapped open. A dark, incredibly dense aura erupted from the eye, instantly washing over Veto's burned flesh. The charred skin regenerated in seconds, the wounds closing as if they had never existed. His beast magic was now corrupted, infused with the forbidden magic of the elves. Veto's smile returned, wider and more terrifying than before. Not bad, little bugs. You actually managed to singe my hair. But your hope ends here. Mythical beast magic, rhinoceros armor. Veto's body grew even larger, covered in thick, impenetrable magical armor. He raised both of his hands, gathering a massive sphere of dark, destructive beast magic, intending to completely vaporize Magna and Luck. This is the end. Absolute despair. Veto roared. Magna and Luck couldn't move. They had given everything. They looked at the incoming destruction, their bodies entirely paralyzed. Up in the spatial cage, Yami's eyes widened. He drew his sword, preparing to desperately hack at the barrier. Oliver had seen enough. The growth requirement was met. The fatal blow was incoming. Oliver stood up from his cushion. He raised his right hand, pointing his index finger directly at the magical monitor displaying Veto. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept erasure. Target, spatial coordinates of Veto's right arm. Oliver's finger twitched. He was about to erase the beastman's arm clean off his body from a mile away, breaking the rules of the narrative to save his friends. But suddenly, the ceiling of the courtyard on the monitor violently shattered. A loud, ear-piercing scream echoed through the speakers, cutting right through Veto's speech about despair. I'm not going to let you hurt my friends. Asta plummeted from the ceiling like a diving hawk. He gripped his massive, rusted demon slayer sword with both hands, his muscles bulging with raw, untamed physical strength. He didn't aim for Veto's attack. He aimed directly for the beastman himself. The heavy, anti-magic blade slammed into Veto's armored shoulder. The impact created a massive shockwave, the anti-magic instantly erasing the mythical beast armor upon contact. Veto let out a roar of surprise and pain as the incredible physical force of Asta's swing sent the massive beastman skidding backward, completely interrupting his fatal spell. Asta landed perfectly in front of Magna and Luck, his sword raised, his eyes burning with a fierce, unyielding fire that completely pierced the atmosphere of despair. You guys did awesome, Asta said without looking back. Leave the rest to me. Magna and Luck stared at Asta's back, a weak, relieved smile crossing their bloody faces before they finally lost consciousness. Up in the spatial cage, Yami stopped hacking at the barrier. He let out a loud, booming laugh, sheathing his katana. That's my boy. Oliver slowly lowered his hand, dropping it back into his pocket. He looked at the screen, a genuine, relaxed smile spreading across his face. Good timing, loudmouth, Oliver whispered. Now go beat up the monkey.